Well, I hope everybody is having a fantastic night so far. I'm just getting everything set up here in the space station and we'll get right to it.
I don't want reality.
I got boxes full of Pepe.
Well, it looks like it's gonna be another day filled with doom. Hope everybody's enjoying themselves so far. I'm afraid I'm about to ruin most of it, but we must press forward into the abyss of doom that lies before us. It's time for me, this lone streamlord, to do his part. Okay, what are we starting with today? Let's see here. What do I got? Alright, well, we're starting in America. Gotta make food. Yep, do what you gotta do. Make it a food. Make it a food. Actually, you reminded me I need to do one thing, unfood related, so I'll be back in 30 seconds. Alright, I'm back. Let's see, fix this. Alright, staying in America, as usual, at the beginning. Although, you know, just for fun, I'm gonna do this. I probably will get copyright struck for it. But I just feel like we gotta start this off with something fun. So, I guess I'll go back one. I'll just clip this out. Doesn't really matter. That's the great thing about copyright strikes. You copyright struck and then you clip it out and it's gone forever. The fuck? I just realized something happened just now. Hold on. Can you even hear this now? Can you hear this? Is this working?
Really?
Okay. That was our nonsensical beginning today.
Retail complex.
Although, honestly, I recently ran across a clip of Space Ghost and realized I was doing a weird sort of version of that show. But let's just move just fully past that and directly into some, I guess you might call, it's basically real estate related matters. Okay, let's see here. This is from, I think, 7 hours ago. Eyewitness News, ABC 7, New York. Retail giant says it's breaking lease with Fulton Transit Center in Manhattan.
Manhattan wants out of its lease, blaming rampant crime in New York City. The Fulton Transit Center integrated 5 subway stations serving 9 lines when it opened in 2014. Real estate company Westfield has managed and operated the property since then, but with 10 years still on their lease, they say they're concerned about public safety and security. But the MTA is not letting them back out of the lease without a legal fight. Eyewitness News reporter Anthony Carlo live in Lower Manhattan with the details. Anthony.
Now, before this guy right here in the weird fabric suit that he's wearing says stuff, I'm just going to stop it and be like, kind of going to push back slightly on what the premise of this whole situation is, right? Like, the company that's been running this retail space that is around part of the subway transit center in Manhattan are no longer want to be there. They're claiming it's because of crime and it's because of all sorts of other things. But I think we can clearly and easily say that retail has been taking a huge hit for years. And they've been doing all sorts of different fancy things to try and make it work, including raising rents on different vendors, whoever they can. You know, it's basically creating a straw man, right? They're trying to use crime as a reason for why their businesses are failing, right? But the fact is, the return to work never quite happened, right? And Amazon has been gutting retail businesses left and right. So people who are in a brick and mortar space like this have no chance to compete with Amazon, generally speaking, unless somebody's walking through the center needing something right fucking now. You know, like, that's the sort of stuff that's really biting into their bottom dollar. It's not crime. That's a stupid fucking reason. Hey, what's up? Seeing people showing up. Obsessive Audio, Aaron W. Good to see you.
Well, David, I've spoke to some subway riders and people who work here at the Fulton Center. They tell me rampant homelessness is of greatest concern to them. One worker who works in a coffee shop here tells me at one time she had to practically hide a woman out inside her store to prevent her from being stalked and harassed. And as you mentioned, a number of quality life concerns here at the Fulton Transit Center have caused its retail management company to break its lease with the MTA. Westfield, according to filings in federal court, wants out only 10 years into its 20-year agreement. The MTA is now suing the retail management company for breaking that lease, but Westfield says the Transportation Authority is not properly maintaining public safety at the transit hub. The mall giant has told the MTA multiple tenants have left, citing break-ins, theft, vandalism, harassment, and assault. Of course, all of this comes as the National Guard and state police as we've been reporting, have been deployed across the subway system to make riders feel safe after a spate of high-profile transit crimes.
It is fucking
retail theft is up.
It is insane. You know, the media blows up like 2 crimes on the subway, and suddenly they call in the fucking National Guard. Absolutely nonsense. Absolute nonsense sort of policy. Of course, we can thank Eric Adams for that. Hey, what you can do? Good to see you, pal. Good to see you. Just getting started here. Go, web, go.
Than 4% in New York City so far this year. And though one coffee shop worker at the Fulton Center says theft isn't really what she's most concerned about, there are other pressing safety issues. Some subway riders say they actually try to avoid taking the train here altogether because of it.
Super cool. Okay, let's move on. This is really just, oops, that's the wrong window. This is just a way to segue us into this whole situation out of the blue. Let's go to this next story here. This is from actually, I believe, a month ago. I wouldn't be shocked if many people here this kind of went past them or didn't they didn't catch it. Hold on, I have to refresh. I have to refresh some shit over here. Too many tabs, not enough time. Yeah, this is from a month ago, 60 Minutes. We're not going to watch the whole documentary. And there's definitely some things that I'm going to try and push back on that 60 Minutes is going to claim about all this, but generally speaking, there is some actual reporting going on in here. So let's watch this video from them. Hybrid work leaves offices empty and building owners reeling. Go. Click, go. Come on. What the heck? There we go.
Proudly shoulder
Okay.
to shoulder.
I know we're only like 30 seconds into this, but I would just point out that framing of this whole situation is a bit ridiculous, right? Just because, you know, people, companies that own these buildings might be struggling and might, I don't know, have to like pay a bunch of interest or go out of business perhaps because or change their businesses does not mean the buildings are going to go away. Okay, people, New York will still have a skyline. Don't worry. You know, assuage those concerns, if I may. It will still be there regardless. Oh gosh, I did not hear that figure. That's a big old number. 95 million square feet. Oh my god. Hold on. You know me, chat. I hear a figure. Suddenly I want to start doing math. What is the population of NYC? I know it's big. Oh my god. That means that in available empty commercial real estate, there is 10 square feet for every person in New York City just being unused. That is insane. And we have a housing crisis. Good fucking god. What are you doing? Oh my god, this whole new...
The equivalent...
So hard. I didn't quite catch who he is, but since he's the guy answering questions on a 60 Minutes interview in an empty office building, I'm gonna assume he's heavily invested in commercial real estate in one way or another. Wow. What was I saying, though? Because there's something else that I wanted to remark on there, because... Oh god. I always monologue so much that I completely lose my track of thought. Good job, me.
Has stalled out. Fridays are dead. Mondays aren't much busier.
Oh, that's right. I was going to try and respond to this comment, but I'm not sure I completely understand the premise of it. How many unnecessary COVID infections did commercial real estate cost? Serious question. And my serious answer is I need clarification on what you mean by that. But I think if I let me at least try to guess what you mean by that, and I would assume that what you're suggesting is that the desire of capitalists to not lose money and to keep people in their buildings, pressured companies renting or whatever, like down the line, and more people to go into work than was necessary and increase the number of infections. In which case, I don't know. I don't actually know the answer to that question. And it's probably a lot, but to actually, to get that down to a number, I would have to do quite a lot of research, I think. Not going to be able to answer that today. Did you hear that laugh from this guy? He was like, nah, that's dumb. That's real dumb. But this is the thing. There's a lot of pressure right now. All of these big companies, and here's the thing. While interest rates are absolutely affecting average Americans, like it's taking longer to affect corporations. Eventually it will. And unfortunately, it's the only thing the Federal Reserve sees as being a solution to inflation, which it's not. But I guess my point is that there is it will eventually have an effect on inflation. And like you heard it here, 40% knockoffs on massive, multi-billion-dollar buildings in Manhattan and stuff like that. I'm not predicting a bloodbath or anything, but it does seem to me like there's a lot of pressure on the people with power right now because they've been used to 0% interest rates. Because that's the thing that the Federal Reserve did in 2009 after the housing crisis. They lowered interest rates artificially down to 0%, and most people didn't see the benefits of that. Average Americans never saw the benefits of that, but huge companies that were buying up massive amounts of real estate absolutely fucking saw the benefits of that, and that's been one of the huge reasons for inflation, right? And it's it's this weird sort of what do you call it? Not paradigm. Whatever, let's just keep watching this. I'm going to shut up and stop talking. I'm talking too much about this whole situation for me. And partly why we're watching is because this is all tied directly to the house prices in your neighborhood, right? In, the town, the city where you live. It might take a little bit, but it may very well come to affect all of those things. And it's got real echoes of 2009, in my opinion. Talking about 40% devaluation over the entire commercial real estate sector. We're talking about huge implications there, folks. And, you know, when rich people get scared, they start selling other stuff. Anyway, let's move forward into the abyss. What's next? Oh, this next one's... I segued without even intending to segue. This next one's a quick watch. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but this is from A More Perfect Union, which is a great channel. This is entitled How Airbnb Created the Housing Crisis. This is from like 2 weeks ago. Whoops.
My landlord had tried to sell the home a year ago. There were realtors and prospective buyers coming into the house. I'm staring at them and talk about how...
Chat, this individual is trying to tell their life story right now, and you're making jokes about haircuts, and they're amusing the fuck out of me. A lot of based chats over here. Work from home is a problem. Yeah, no, seriously, he's a prick. All right, let's go back and do this here.
I turned my home into an Airbnb and displaced me and my family.
Like many places in America, Renee Mejia's hometown of Newburgh, New York, is rapidly getting more expensive.
This is like the neighborhood I wanted to highlight that they call the Newburgh Renaissance. $15 burgers, like $8 drinks and stuff like that.
One force helping drive this change, in Newburgh as elsewhere, is one of Silicon Valley's darlings, a company bringing in record profits while driving up rental and home prices, Airbnb. But across the country, the Wild West regulation-free environment that allowed Airbnb to turn millions of affordable homes and apartments into short-term rentals is changing, as communities target Airbnb and push cities to crack down.
The Bozeman tensions are heating up over short-term rentals.
Dallas, Philadelphia, New Orleans just passed recent regulations.
New York is going to begin enforcing a new law that regulates Airbnb rentals.
Over 20,000 listings that disappear after...
Ah, shit. Did I just get copyright struck just now? Son of a bitch. Come on. Come on, that's not cool. What did I even do? From A More Perfect Union? They're like... They seem like a pretty chill channel, but apparently not. That was not chill. That was the opposite of chill. That was the opposite of chill. I'm a little offended that More Perfect Union just copyright struck me. Offended. I thought these people were communists. I'm not gonna copyright strike people for using my fucking content. Good God. Not like anybody's planning on doing something like that. I can't imagine. Anyway, I guess we won't be watching that fucking video. Totally wrong. Maybe they use a third-party copyright firm. They very well may. They very well may. Whatever. Gonna move past it. Just gonna ramble for 30 seconds about Airbnb in lieu of that video. So, in most cities right now, Airbnb has enabled anybody to go in, buy up. I mean, you could at any point be buying a property, right? But instead of having to go through like the regular avenues of renting, you can be renting to literally anybody around the world for whatever reason. And in a lot of cases, people who are doing this en masse they have enough income to be able to eat, you know, months and months of not getting rent, and by renting really high on the months that they are in fact renting, are able to maintain a property in ways that you cannot, right? And it creates an unfair marketplace for everyone. Okay. Cancel for thought crimes. That's right. We were canceled for thought crimes. It happened. But still here. Still prevailing. Still talking about what matters. Okay. Let's see. What's next? I just want to point out to everybody that I have not yet played a Democracy Now! Video, so, you know, how many videos was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, technically 4, 5, really, if you want to count the first thing. So, yeah, I feel like I'm doing a really great job at that. Anyway, moving on, this next video is from Reuters. Really quick, it will explain itself, so I'm not even going to read the title. Corporate dividends hit an all-time high of 1.6 billion. I'm sorry, not 1.6 billion, 1.6 trillion dollars. Globally, 86% of listed companies either increased or maintained their dividends in 2023. And that's really all we need from this video. If you're not aware, dividends are a way for corporations to, quote-unquote, return cash to shareholders. And is a great way for people to avoid taxes. Not suggesting you should do that necessarily, but just saying that it's a device used by corporations to both reward the already wealthy and to avoid taxes while doing it. And if you didn't hear that number, it was $1.6 trillion last year. Trillion with a T. Okay, what's next? Oh, so remember that time that I said we haven't watched any Democracy Now! Videos? Well, this next video from Democracy Now! Is labeled Profit Over Safety. Boeing supplier ignored safety warnings before door blowout. The Lever reports. Everybody take a shot who is of legal drinking age. So this is going to be a Democracy Now! Video.
We begin today's show with a breaking story. An update on the Boeing 737 MAX 9 jets that remain grounded after a refrigerator-sized fuselage door plug blew off on Friday on an Alaska Airlines plane in the air near Portland, Oregon. Officials with Alaska Airlines and United Airlines say they've found loose bolts and other problems on some of the jets that have since been grounded. Meanwhile, the online news outlet The Lever's reporting, workers at a Boeing subcontractor were told to falsify records after inspection teams found, quote, excessive amount of defects in parts being made for Boeing. Spirit Aerosystems reportedly manufactured the door that blew out on the Alaska Airlines flight, 16,000 feet in the air. The Lever reports a group of Spirit shareholders filed a federal complaint last year saying Spirit executives has, quote, prioritized production numbers and short-term financial outcomes over product quality. Spirit was established nearly...
By the way, I know we talked about this yesterday, but more has come to light, and I figured it would behoove us to continue examining this situation.
2 decades ago as a spin-off of Boeing. We're joined now by the Lever's editor-in-chief, David Sirota. The investigation is headlined, Boeing supplier ignored warnings of excessive amount.
Oh, and this actually, we have a few videos on the Boeing situation. This one is actually a re-upload by Democracy Now! This was from a month ago, actually, but they put it back up as the relevance has never been more apparent.
Defects former employees allege. David's also editor-at-large for Jacobin. David, welcome back to Democracy Now! Thanks for joining us from Denver. Why don't you lay out what you just exposed?
Sure. Just a few weeks before the debacle over Portland, Oregon, court documents were filed by those shareholders that included allegations from safety officials, employees at the subcontractor that basically allege a culture of defective products, a lack of quality control, and a culture of retaliation against workers who were trying to sound the alarm. These workers say that they had found, as you said, excessive defects in the construction and production of these fuselages, that they tried to sound the alarm with corporate officials, with managers, including, by the way, the then CEO of the company, and that they were retaliated against for raising those alarms. And some of the specifics of the allegations relate to what we were now learning. The loose bolts situation, as one example. One of the workers alleges that the calibration of the tools that tighten those bolts, that they had found problems in the calibration of those tools, and that they had gone to management and said, we have a systemic problem here. And again, that
like that that one example is seriously fucked up. Okay, if you have faulty, uncalibrated tools putting together fucking planes that are supposed to go up in the sky going hundreds of miles an hour filled with hundreds of people, right? We've got a serious problem. And I know we've been talking about this like sort of corporate malfeasance here for a while, but this is just such an egregious sort of breaking of the public trust in my mind that it is just, it's breaking me inside. Just a tiny little bit here.
Those warnings were ignored, and that in some cases workers were retaliated against for trying to raise those alarms. At one point, one of the workers in an email and in an ethics complaint at the company says, effectively, you're asking us to report inaccurate information about the safety of the product.
It's a bold strategy,
that we're
Let's
putting
see if
out
it
there.
pays
The
off
products,
for
of
'em.
course, being those components of the fuselage.
Oh my god.
And David, could you talk about...
Sorry, chat. I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm breaking inside right now. But what a strategy. What a fucking strategy is... What kind of strategy is that? Oh, yeah, let's just not report the safety problems. Let's just lie.
That we're putting out there. The products, of course, being those components of the fuselage.
And David, could you talk about a little more about the relationship between Spirit and Boeing, and given the fact that this is such a key component of a plane, the fuselage, that it would be contracted out? Why did Boeing spin off Spirit to begin with?
It's a great question, but I can say this: the company at issue says that its most important piece of business is building these fuselages. So when we call this company a subcontractor, it's smaller than Boeing, but we're talking about a publicly traded company, a big company. Whose primary business, whose main business is producing this for Boeing, doing these fuselages, which, as you say, is an essential part of the plane. So to be clear, this is not some small subcontractor that kind of Boeing ignored or didn't know much about, right? This is a major company headed now, by the way, by a former Boeing official, who had served in the Trump administration as a Pentagon official. And of course, Boeing and the Pentagon have a huge relationship in terms of military production. So this is a big company, and it does raise questions about not only the FAA's oversight of the safety situation in building planes, but also in Boeing's own oversight of its own subcontractors and partners. To be clear, the FAA in the past couple of years has twice named Spirit AeroSystems in its allegations against Boeing related to the 737 and safety issues.
Don't do that. That's not what I meant to do.
And what did you find in terms of the FAA's ability to conduct the necessary oversight over not only...
Sorry, chat. I gotta go back because I was trying to break this up so I could say something here. And I lost my train of thought. Give me 1 second. What was I thinking just now? Oh, that's right. Okay, so I think my brain has rebooted. my thinking about this whole situation from when I first heard things about the 737 Air Max. It was like, I think it was like literally years ago. I think around the time of the Malaysian MH whatever, you know what I'm talking about probably. And for a long time, it was my opinion, or at least my understanding, that it was a problem with that specific airplane, right? But now, the more that the investigations go into this in detail, the more that I realize that it's not just that. It could just be all of Boeing's planes that have been made in, I don't even know how to determine from what point did they start completely neglecting their responsibilities to make safe planes. Whoa, what just happened? What is going on? I just saw something happen. Did Soul Life just go? Soul Life, are you banning people? What just happened? Are you going rogue, dude? What just happened? Are you modding from your pocket right now? Because I feel like I just saw you moderate both. Like multiple people just now. Oh, Soul Life. Oh, by the way, good to see you. Good for Gabby. It's been a minute since I've seen you in a stream. Somebody Discord message Soul Life for me, would you? Perhaps one of the mods that are still in here and not modding from their pockets. Soul Life. Banning people. Just ban... What? Somebody somebody message somebody call him right now on Discord and tell him he's an idiot. I might just do it. Excuse me, chat. I'm doing this for you. Hold on. There we go. Can you hear that? Is that coming through? All right. B-Cat says she's got it. I trust you, B-Cat. Oh, Soul Life, we are going to have words later about you modding from your pockets or whatever the hell just happened. That's the only explanation that I can come with. Holy, what were we just doing? Oh, that's right. We were focusing on important stuff. All right, let's watch a little bit more of this video, and then we'll move on to other topics, as we have plenty of them today.
And what did you find in terms of the FAA's ability to conduct the necessary oversight over not only Spirit and Boeing, but I guess other aircraft manufacturers?
Well, look, experts told us that part of the problem here is that there are now so many subcontractors, and the FAA has not had the funding necessary to do what these experts say is the necessary kind of inspections and oversight over these contractors, that it's now not just one central company, it's a company like Boeing, but with all sorts of subcontractors that federal officials haven't necessarily been supervising as tightly as they could, don't have necessarily the funding to supervise them. Now, of course, this is a company that we're talking about, Spirit Aerosystems, that received $75 million very recently as a federal subsidy during the pandemic. So this company has also gotten government money, while at the same time these workers in this federal complaint are alleging essentially a culture of defects, a culture of fraud, a culture of retaliation. Certainly not. They're alleging a culture that hasn't rewarded them for sounding the alarm about safety concerns.
What were Spirit ties to President Trump?
Well, again, the CEO, the current CEO, the new CEO of Spirit Aerosystems was a Boeing official before that, and in the interim was a official in the Deputy Secretary of Defense under Donald Trump.
So. One of the ways you find out when this is all being investigated, you go to the cockpit voice recorder. Amazingly, it has been overwritten. Right? Alaska Air, Boeing said it happens very quickly. So they can't even go to the voice recorder?
Apparently. I mean, I think there's going to be a very detailed investigation into this because now you've got planes grounded. You've got the, I mean, these planes are now a central part of the American.
Like, I genuinely just. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Because this doesn't even make sense. Why would you make it, right? The whole fucking point of the voice recorders and the black box, all that kind of stuff, is to keep track of stuff that like happens, right? An event of something bad. Why would you ever make that erasable, like, without it being actually like taken out or whatever? I'm trying to think of like where these things are and like how they're dealt with, but it just doesn't make any sense to me. It's real frustrating. Real frustrating. Oh, Soul Life is back. You closed your phone screen? Well, you closed your phone screen and you nuked the frickin' chat. You banned Good for Gabby. You banned Pinkerbell. You banned AC. You banned Environmental Coffee House. You banned everybody. Alright, not everybody, but you banned a lot of people, and it was not cool, bro. Not cool. Okay, I think that's probably enough. If you want to watch and investigate that further, I would point out we have more stuff to look at just about the Boeing thing right now. And actually, now that I think about it, no, we don't, because I feel like I'm going to get copyright struck for this next video. Wait, we've watched more Perfect Union videos on here. Maybe it must have been the music that they used. I feel like it had to have been the music. I really want to watch this next one. This is bugging me. This is a great fucking video. God damn it. Do I even try? Screw it. I guess we'll just watch the rest of this. We'll skip that one. Fuck it. Take it all back. I take it everything I've just said back, aside from Soul Life, who is in trouble right now.
Civil.
I will ban you.
Aeronautics infrastructure in this country, and you had a door blowout. So I think there's going to be a serious investigation to understand whether or not these problems are in fact systemic. And again, I go back to what the workers say in this federal complaint. They're alleging this kind of thing is not an anomaly, that it is a systemic culture of defects. And again, in reading this complaint, one of the most disturbing parts is the allegation. I mean, this is a direct quote. Quote, "We are being asked to purposely record inaccurate information." And in a situation where the FAA does not necessarily have the resources or the wherewithal to oversee such subcontractors, it hasn't been stringently overseeing them. In a sense, the public is relying on these companies to provide accurate information. And you have in this federal complaint, again, a worker saying we are being asked to purposely record inaccurate information about safety.
And put this into the context of what happened in 2019. We've been focusing on this in the last few days. We spoke to Ralph Nader, whose grandniece, Samya Stuma.
Oh, look at that. I wasn't even paying attention. Choking on ashes in chat. PB in chat. Look at all you peoples. So beautiful. So beautiful how we've all come together here.
We spoke to her mother, Naja Milaron, died in the Ethiopian Airlines flight, the Boeing MAX 8, also Indonesia's flight. We've talking about over 300 people. All the people on board, crew and passengers in both planes, died. I want to go to the National Transportation Safety Board, saying it couldn't tell whether the recovered cabin panel that blew off Alaska Airlines MAX 9 plane in midair last week had been properly attached. The NTSB chair is Jennifer Humpday. She said the NTSB focus is on the accident plane, but it would also make broader safety recommendations if needed as the investigation progresses.
Now, the cockpit door. We found today that the cockpit door is designed to open during rapid decompression. It is designed to open during rapid decompression. However, no one among the flight crew knew that. They were not informed. So Boeing is going to make some changes to the manual, which then hopefully will translate into procedures and information for the flight attendants and for the crew.
I mean, it's just astounding that in this almost full flight, those seats next to the opening that was the refrigerator-size opening that opened, there was no one sitting in those seats, which may account for the fact that no one died.
I totally just zoned out looking at how fast chat is going by. It's a beautiful thing. I was considering reading all of your messages, but you're mostly talking to one another, so just let you do what you're doing.
It's absolutely astounding. But David Sirota, as we wrap up, the progression from the 2 MAX flights that went down, those MAX planes, MAX 8, were grounded for almost 2 years. But now...
Oh, God, I feel terrible. All right, good for Gabby. We're almost done, okay? It's getting real close. That is it's unfortunate timing. That's all I've got to say about that. Unintentional, I promise.
Back in service as MAX 9 with some little change, and now these are being grounded or canceled, whether it's United or Alaska Airlines. Where is this all headed?
Well, I think the question has to be, how did this progression happen? What was fueling it? And it's important to contextualize this with the fact that the company, Boeing, and its subcontractors, obviously, have been under pressure to try to ramp up production as other major manufacturers have gained market share. Companies like Airbus, for instance. You have a situation where the workers in this complaint are saying, we are under pressure to ramp up production without regard.
Which is insane, which is why we need unions and more workers' rights and, you know, serious legislation to stop companies from pushing workers to do unethical things, unfair and wrong things, right? And hopefully we can figure something out in this regard. But yeah, let's move forward though. I think that's about all I want to do about this. There's just so much to cover. So much. How is there that much left? Oh, it's bad. How far are we in? An hour? Oh, that's good. It's gonna be a long stream today, folks. Buckle in. Good God. Why is there so much to do? So little time. Pause. All right. This next thing we're looking at here is quick Associated Press piece. Hopefully we're not about to get debated. It is entitled "What to Know After House Passed Bill That Could Lead to TikTok Ban." I'm just kidding. This one isn't a debate. I'm pretty sure I've definitely watched this, and it's actually what it purports to be about.
TikTok might get banned in the United States. Not yet. But the proposed bill passed today in the House and is headed to the Senate.
Whoops.
The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without the objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Democrats and Republicans have raised concerns for some time because parent company ByteDance is based in China.
Was it developed in China?
Some of it is.
Okay.
Is the user data of the 170 million Americans on TikTok secure? Or will China's ruling party compel ByteDance to hand the data over? Under a 2017 law, they can do that. The bill isn't a clear-cut ban. It would require the parent company to divest from TikTok within 6 months of the bill's enactment, or it's out. This has come up before. Last March, a ban was on the table, and CEO Su Zichu told lawmakers during a hearing that the company was migrating U.S. user data to servers with the Texas-based company Oracle. And even before that, Trump tried to ban the app through executive order. In preparation for this vote, TikTok sent a notification to some users urging them to call their representatives
like so long
and speak
ago
out
now.
against this bill. Again, this bill has bipartisan support, and Biden's White House provided technical support in the draft, even though he is campaigning for 2024 on.
The fact is, there are absolutely issues about data with TikTok, but there's so many other issues with so many other social media apps. And unless they're planning on doing stuff about Facebook and about X, Twitter, Zitter, whatever you want to call it, you know, all of these, I can't even think of them all. There's just too many. Just clouds my brain. Okay, so if you think you fixed it, that is good news. I am glad to hear that. I'm gonna stay optimistic about that situation. Hope we don't have any more kerfuffles. What's next? Oh, good. Well, everybody who's of drinking age, it's time again. Get a shout out. This next video is from Democracy Now! Trump host Viktor Orban, Hungary's leader, inspiring authoritarians around the world.
This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. It's official. Following Tuesday's primaries, President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump appear set for a rematch in November after both candidates secured enough delegates to win their party's nomination. This past weekend, Donald Trump hosted Hungary's Prime Minister, Viktor Orban, at Mar-a-Lago. We, Juan and I, spoke yesterday with Hungarian Green activists. But first, let's go to President Trump praising Orban at Mar-a-Lago.
There's nobody that's better, smarter, or a better leader than Viktor Orban. He's fantastic. As you know, the Prime Minister of
All right, real quick. I know this is pretty much unrelated to this, aside from on one level, okay? Remember how I did the Trump co-defendant tier list? We ranked Trump's co-defendants from F to S tier. I'm starting to think that we need to not do a tier list, but like some sort of a tree, like some sort of a cloud, some kind of a visualization of all the people that Trump has said is the very best, so that we can actually visualize for ourselves who actually is the very best, right? It'll take a lot of analysis, probably a lot of time, but I do think it would be a useful tool so that we could at least know who, in fact, is the best according to Trump. Because he's claimed, I want to say, this is why I don't think a tier list is really appropriate for this, but I mean, some sort of word association cloud, perhaps. Just to get a picture of what's going on. It's got to be hundreds, thousands of people who he's claimed are the best. And we just need to, I feel like we got to figure it out for ourselves who act, because at this point I have no idea who's actually the best.
and does a great job. He's a non-controversial figure because he said this is the way it's going to be, and that's the end of it, right? He's the boss.
To talk more about Orban and Trump, we spoke Tuesday with Gabor Schering, visiting fellow at the Center for European Studies at Harvard University, assistant professor at Georgetown University in Qatar, Green Party member of the Hungarian parliament in 2010 to 14. His new piece, headlined, "I watched Hungary's democracy dissolve into authoritarianism as a member of parliament, and I'm
glad that you're down for it, G for G. But today, I do not feel prepared to do that. You know, I love the idea too. It came to me like a lucid dream just now while sitting here talking to you, but right now is not going to be great for me. let me work out my scheduling, figure out exactly how I want to plan it out and, you know, go about it. So Give me like at least a few days before I get to the, because I feel like it's a big ask. I'm gonna have to go through. I mean, how much has Trump talked? He talks so much. He talks more than I do, and God, like, I feel like I'd have to watch literally thousands of hours of Trump footage just to get a picture of all of the people that I need to put down. But I'm also gonna have to somehow get all of the words that he's used about, because that's the only way we're gonna be able to figure it out, right? Like how many times he said they're the best, like, and what sort of positive words he uses about them. You know, that's in depth. Okay, that is in depth, and I do not have the faculties about me to deal with that sort of thing tonight.
Troubling parallels in Trumpism and its appeal to workers. I asked Schering to elaborate on what happened in Hungary and the parallels he sees here in the United States.
Indeed, as the title suggests, there are quite a few parallels between the United States and Hungary. But if we invade what happened in Hungary is basically now the country is the first authoritarian regime, first non-democracy in the European Union. And this democratic backsliding happened under Viktor Orbán's leadership, who was elected in 2010 to lead the country, which is the same year I was elected to the Hungarian parliament. And back then we had really high hopes as Green Party MPs to fix the country's economy and move towards sustainability. We had detailed policy plans. But within a few years, it became clear that Viktor Orbán had other plans. As he said, he was building an illiberal state, and there negotiating policy proposals with the opposition was not part of the big picture. So
real quick, just because you know how much I love graphs and things like that. I know. Another graph, Streamlord? Yes. I'll never stop. I make that promise right now. I will never stop with the graphs. Whether they're bar charts or histograms or any of the other potential graphs, dot plots, maps, infographics. I'll never give up. Okay. Where is it? There we go. Ah, here we are. Now, hopefully you can read this, but recently we've been talking about democracy / authoritarianism around the world. In this case, we're talking about Hungary here, ranked 78th around the world, with a 0.585 on the democracy scale, with a deficient democracy. However, I would point out that we got problems too here in the United States, number 36, with a 0.811. Nearly a working democracy, but not quite there. We're also deficient, but not nearly as deficient as Hungary. But Hungary, I'm just going to point this out for context, considering that we're talking about them quite a lot, not as deficient as Haiti, which has a 0.346 and a literal moderate autocracy, according to the scale. So just want to make sure we're staying on top of the figures and the facts. Still, definitely a deficient democracy, nearing authoritarianism, undoubtedly. Especially considering the way Viktor Orbán wants to run the country. All right, let's get back. Democracy now. There we go.
Basically, gradually conquered independent institutions. He staffed the courts, the public prosecution with his loyalists, so that any misconduct by those in power remain hidden. He has built a nationwide conservative media network that resembles the conservative media network in the US, but is even more centralized. And he has also used the state to kind of pressure media investors to fall in line. And we have seen examples of Donald Trump while he was in power doing that, pressuring media investors to fall in line with his narratives and cover him favorably.
Yeah. By the way, EC, Environmental Coffee House, you have the chat. You feel free to get started on Clinton and Haiti if you like. It is at your disposal. That's what it's there for.
So these things are both happening in the two countries, but of course Hungary is much more advanced in this process of democratic backsliding. But there is certainly a mutual learning going on between the Republicans in the U.S. and Viktor Orbán's party, Fidesz.
Gabor Shearing, how was it that Orban was able to exercise this increased power? What was the role of the opposition parties or any checks and balances? How exactly did he do it?
Yeah, so within a few years, it turned out that basically the opposition was powerless inside the parliament because he was sidelining all the usual democratic mechanisms he had.
Well, if you're not going to do it, EC, I'll do it. I understand you being tired. You just got done with the LP10. But if I recall correctly, Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State during 2004 when when the U.S. helped back a coup in Haiti, overthrowing a democratically elected president. Tell me if I was close.
Team outside the ministries, outside the government machinery. So there was very often very little time to discuss his proposals. Sometimes we had to stay late until early in the morning because he introduced something just the day before, and then we had to prepare and go for a debate, and then there was voting just the next day. So he used the parliament as basically a stamping machine from early on. But then there are these other institutional aspects, like I mentioned, the media system is crucial. The court system, controlling it is also crucial. The courts are the last elements where you can still find some independence, but Orbán has been working quite heavily to conquer that part as well. And crucially, the prosecution is an important part of it. So that prosecutor's office makes sure that whenever there might be anything that is against the law, corruption-wise or related by government or people affiliated with the government, that thing stays hidden. But they can also rewrite the law, and they do that.
I love it. I love it. It's just.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Good God. Like most days, that's genuinely how I feel.
They have done that. So, they're increasingly not going against the law because the law favors them. Another element is gerrymandering and rewriting local electoral districts. This is something also we know from the U.S. The bird itself is coming from the U.S. But he also changed the electoral system in a way that favors Fidesz. So basically, this boils down to subverting democracy from the inside without violence, and that what makes this really a big challenge. And this is what these strongmen are doing around the world. They don't use the kind of the military anymore to subvert democracy, but they do this from the inside gradually. And I think this is what's inspiring also for Donald Trump.
Wait. Oh, good to see Morbius, but that's not why I'm stopping chat. Wait, AC. Is that true? How did I miss that? I am a literal news hound. I sniff it out like a dog. And how would I possibly miss something like that? Did you put that in stream suggestions in the Discord? Or not stream suggestions, in potential news? I feel like you probably did, and I didn't look at it again because I was doing so many other things. That's my bad. But I'm going to have to check that out.
And for other wannabe authoritarian populist leaders, because this gives them like a playbook of how to tilt the democratic playing field in a way that makes the job of the opposition and any independent institutions check them. Very, very difficult.
So I wanted to go to Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban. In a video posted on social media, Trump shared the video on his Truth Social account.
My meeting with President Trump has come to an end. I've been looking for that. I need to find that. I didn't look hard enough. I looked for like 10 seconds, and then I gave up. Because it wasn't important. It wasn't the actual news. It was just making jokes. But now I feel like I'm missing opportunities by not having that sound drop. Oh, God.
President Trump was a president of peace. He commanded respect in the world and thus created the conditions for peace. During his presidency, there was peace in the Middle East and peace in Ukraine, and there would be no war today if he were still the president of the United States.
So that's Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban after visiting with Trump in Mar-a-Lago. And I'm looking at your piece as it appears in Common Dreams, Gabor. And its headline, I was there when Orban...
It's okay. I think I know other people. I can't think of who, but I feel like somebody else uses a Troth Central sound drop. So maybe I'll find a different, also funny Troth and or Truth related sound drop.
To power in Hungary, here's my warning to Americans about Trump. If the liberal center appears uncaring, authoritarian populists can mobilize voters against both the cultural and economic threats posed by globalization. So you were a Green member of the Hungarian parliament. Now you're in the United States and you see all of this unfolding. Explain what it is that you're watching with President Trump. Violence used on January 6th, but then, as you say, you don't necessarily need violence to turn a country into an authoritarian regime.
Exactly. So I think the real power of these authoritarian populists doesn't really lie in the institutions that they hijack, but in the new kind of electoral support coalition that they create. So these are strongmen who promise kind of drama, action, and quick solution to the problems of globalization. And the real tragedy is that globalization indeed poses problems that parties of the liberal democratic establishment have not been able to solve. And this is what creates a strategic opening for authoritarian populists like Viktor Orban and for Donald Trump to attract these voters. Like for a large part of the 20th century, it was parties of the left, the central left social democrats, who provided political home for workers who wanted more economic security. And during this time, workers cared for democracy, for liberal democracy, because they won.
Oh, fuck, no, I gotta let him keep going. I want to interrupt him and just to like drive home a point, but I know exactly where he's going with this because I've watched this before, so no, it's not a good spot for me to... I'm sorry, hold on.
Also economically, when their parties won. But then by the end of the 20th century, parties of the left moved to the right. They became more and more responsive to corporate interests, less and less responsive to workers' interests. And this created a situation where really the left and right appear just different shades of the same economic and social policy. And then with globalization, an increasing number of workers were losing out, while the 1% became richer and richer, wealthier and wealthier. So this was a situation where really an increasing number of workers asked themselves, if liberal democracy doesn't care for me, why should I care for liberal democracy?
And that's the thing that we have a serious problem with right now. Because Joe Biden kind of represents the center left to the umpteenth degree. And, you know, as somebody who voted for him in whatever it was, 2016, 2020, fucking hell. I almost forgot what year it was. But yeah, it is very difficult looking at a lot of what he's done. And, you know, I wouldn't say I've been affected as much as other people in some regards with these policies. And I'm not saying that he hasn't had some good policies at home, but when you look at like the foreign policy from like the last year and other things that I mean that even at homes there are certain things, including like breaking the railroad strike, that are problematic. And even though we just watched, you know, a video about how Donald Trump is cozying up to dictators, there's people out there who don't see a problem with it, and they're going to vote for him. We got to figure out a way to stop that too, right? Because I mean, I don't know. We just got to somehow pull the center left with us. That is how I feel about it. Got to pull them along with us. Wait, are you talking about my shirt? My shirt does not have you on it, Gabby. They are koi fish. It's a fun tropical shirt. You know? Who are they? I'm taking it back from the Boogaloo Boys, okay? Fuck those guys. Regular people get to wear Hawaiian shirts too, okay? Oh wait, you know, I just realized. I think you're talking about Morbius. I think, yeah, no, yeah. I see you in chat. Yep. Wow, Photoshop. It's a wonderful thing, I gotta say. I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm kind of a fan. All right, what am I doing next? How long have I gone for? An hour and a half. Not bad, not bad. And by not bad, I mean not great. Yeah, I guess we'll watch. Wait, I feel like I'm gonna get. God damn it! Now that I got copy strike mid-stream, I'm like starting to second guess who I click videos on. We're gonna try this. This is Brian Tyler Cohen. I honestly haven't watched a whole lot of his videos as of late. Like, I feel like since he switched over to MSNBC, like he hasn't been in my feed as much, and I haven't really paid attention to him all that much. And I do have some like criticisms of things that I guess does, but I'm not gonna go into that right now. But I guess we're just gonna watch a quick portion of this video. We'll see if I get copyright struck. I have no idea. I still think it might have been the music from that video. That's just my guess. But this is regarding Trump attempting to kill his first criminal trial.
You're watching The Legal Breakdown. So, Glenn, not that we didn't see this coming.
Oh, God, that's loud.
But Trump is not.
That is loud as fuck. Hold on. Sorry, chat. I gotta fix that.
Trying to knock his criminal trial in Manhattan off track, and that's the one that's starting in less than 2 weeks here on March 25th. What's the strategy that he's employing right now?
So Trump's attorneys filed an 11th hour motion raising the specter of absolute presidential immunity, and they're basically asking Judge Merchan, the presiding judge in the New York state court proceeding, to just kick the case down the road, continue the trial date to a time after the Supreme Court decides the presidential immunity issue that the Supreme Court has now deigned to take up and decide.
By the way, no, I'm not throwing shade. I think I have criticisms of not just him, but literally everybody, especially including myself, right? Like, if I were forced to, I could sit here and criticize myself for the next couple hours easily. And, you know, that's just what do you call it? It's a gift and a curse. It's a gift and a curse.
The problem is this motion was filed way too late in the game. It was filed out of time. As we say, however, judges always have the discretion to bend the rules and to, let the defense be heard on a motion, even if it's filed way late. And that's what Judge Merchan has chosen to do here. He's given the prosecutors, I believe, about 48 hours to file their opposition to the defendant's motion. But here's the thing, Brian, this motion is
I just realized you weren't suggesting I was throwing shade, but that you were referring to Shade Dragon. That's on me. That's on me.
Dead loser for Trump in every conceivable way. most importantly, we have to go back a little bit to when the indictment first was handed down by a grand jury in the state of New York. What Donald Trump tried to do at that point was have the case transferred from New York State Court into federal court, claiming he was a federal officer and blah, blah, blah. And that was heard by a federal court judge in New York, Judge Hellerstein. And in Judge Hellerstein's written opinion denying Donald Trump's request to try to transfer it over to federal court, Judge Hellerstein noted that Donald Trump's lawyers expressly waived any claim of presidential immunity. Here's one thing you can't do in criminal litigation. You can't waive something a year in advance of trial and then try to resurrect it and claim it again virtually on the eve of trial, because everybody sees that for what it's worth. It's nothing but a delay game that Trump and his lawyers are playing. And I have a feeling Judge Merchan will very quickly and very easily reject Trump's,
I gotta stop. Here's my problem. I'm always trying to keep up with what's happening. And so I'm watching stuff, but I'm usually watching stuff at like 2x. I thought they got to this point that I wanted them to get to real quick. We're like 2.5 minutes in, and I'm just like, dude, this is not the point I'm trying to get you to make right now. Not that it's not important information, but I was not planning on watching all this video in any form or fashion.
To try to push his March 25th trial date down the road.
Okay, well, to that exact point, regardless of how ridiculous or baseless this claim of immunity is, or being able to even have the opportunity to invoke immunity, what's to stop Donald Trump from getting that decision from Judge Merchan and then appealing to a circuit court and then appealing to the Supreme Court and then doing the same thing that he did with his other criminal trials and just waiting for the Supreme Court to take up this issue, regardless of how absurd it is on its face?
So there are a couple of issues, I think, that will prevent that from happening. First of all, remember, this is a state case. So if he did try to appeal it, he'd have to go through the New York appellate court system, and then he would have to try to jump into the federal system. And here's the thing. Donald Trump is not even claiming in this latest motion that he has presidential immunity, therefore he can't be prosecuted. He's actually claiming that because some of the statements he made and some of the tweets he posted about what he had done before he was president, things like attacking Michael Cohen for being disloyal, some of those things he did after he got elected. He's not even saying he should be immune from prosecution because of that. He's saying that as an evidentiary matter, because he was president,
Hold on. I got to move this forward. This is not...
Introduce a president's tweets that has nothing to do with whether a president can be. This can actually put a stop to the March 25th trial date by Donald Trump taking a bunch of frivolous appeals.
You know, Judge Merchan...
Okay, that was the point I was trying to get him to make. It was in the middle? How did I not... Jeez, I should have written that down. I got to start writing down where I need things.
A president. This is frivolous times 3. It was largely waived, and I am pretty dang confident that there's no way this can actually put a stop to the March 25th trial date by Donald Trump taking a bunch of frivolous appeals.
You know, Judge Merchan didn't seem all too pleased, even though he allowed this motion to be filed. He didn't seem all too pleased with the fact that there was this surprise motion. Talk about what he did to prevent any more surprise motions being filed by the Trump team in the future.
So he actually issued an order, which is a little bit unusual. It's not unprecedented. I've seen judges get really frustrated and fed up with defense attorneys when they continue to file either frivolous motions or late motions. And here's some of what Judge Merchan put in this order. Effective immediately, the parties are hereby directed to obtain leave of the court before filing any additional motions prior to March 25th, 2024. And then he says, he put some qualifiers on it. But if
Yeah. All right. That's all we needed from that video. Sorry for the painful, well, not painful, but I just took way longer with that than I wanted to. That's on me. But that was the important portion of it, in my opinion. The judge has struck down any future appeals before the trial starts, which means we're going to trial, okay? We're getting a jury together, and we're going to trial. It's kind of the end of it, right? Trump's lawyers will have to try and make their appeals, if you will, if during and or after the trial. You don't understand the part? Well, hopefully what I just said made it more clear. Because the thing is, they've been appealing different sorts of things, trying to delay. They've been using these sort of delay tactics in every single court over everything that Donald Trump is currently. Oh, I did explain it. Oh, good, great. I did the thing. Oh, thank God. Just gonna write that down. So many faces in chat, and I feel like I've missed some of you who've snuck in here, but it is good to see you all. Oh, yeah, I see a Latino Mafune. Where are we going next? This is the question. Ah, yes. We're gonna try to listen to a portion of this, and actually might speed this up, because he's unbearable to listen to. I think we all have our personal feelings about Anthony Blinken.
On our minds and in our hearts.
Settle down, Blinken.
We just learned that
Blinken, stop talking.
one of the dual...
Blinken, stop talking, please. There we go. Yeah, we're going to speed this video up because I can't stand to listen to him at regular speed. Genuinely. I listen to him way too much. Like, it genuinely kills me. So we're going... let's go 1.5 speed. I would say that's my preferred Blinken speed. Okay. Hopefully you can all stand this for a short period of time.
The president directed the United States military to build a temporary pier in Gaza to enable us to...
Terrible plan.
So bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
A short while ago, I did a video conference with colleagues from Cyprus, from the United Kingdom, the UAE, Qatar, the European Union, and the United Nations to coordinate our efforts in getting this maritime corridor up and running. We're also, of course, working with Israel on this. When established, this corridor will enable the distribution of up to 2...
Yeah, you got to work with the people committing genocide to establish a court. That makes sense.
...meals every single day, as well as medicine, water, and other critical supplies. Germany, Greece, Italy, the Netherlands, Canada are also supporting this effort. Now, this is something that's going to take time to actually put in place, although we're working on it as expeditiously as possible. And I want to emphasize, it is a complement to, not a substitute for, other ways of getting humanitarian assistance into Gaza. And
aren't I a good guy?
Overland routes remain the most critical way to get assistance in and then to people who need it. But this will help close the gap, and it's part of our all-of-the-above strategy to make sure that we're doing everything possible, by every means possible, to surge support to those who need it.
Bullshit. Bullshit, dude.
The box is full of Pepe!
I swear to God, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills right now. I am looking at like a wall full of maps and figures and graphs and clothespins. A lot of like sort of yarn and other sorts of markings. We're not nearly doing everything that we can. That was bullshit, okay? I don't appreciate it.
I don't want reality.
Fine, Mark Mullins. We won't look at reality. We'll just keep listening to
by sea, by air.
Blinken over here.
As you know, the United States has been leading efforts from the very beginning to try to ensure that assistance gets to those who need it. We've had significant ups and downs, periods of interruption, disruption, and having said that, we're also seeing right now humanitarian assistance through Rafah and through Kerem Shalom getting back to levels that we'd gotten it to some weeks ago, about 200 trucks a day. Yesterday, for the first time, the World Food Program was able to resume aid delivery to Gaza. Morocco made its first humanitarian assistance delivery through Kerem Shalom. This week, the first shipments to North Gaza through a new crossing at the 96th gate began. We have flour that flowed from Ashdod port. We're working to make sure that inspections are accelerated and road repairs move forward so that we can also increase the flow.
How are we doing that? Are there boots on the ground? Is he telling me there's boots on the ground now? God damn it, Blinken. Will you be straight with me? I can't get a read on your bullshit, man. It's out of control. Please stop saying words that are meaningless. I'm almost tempted to go 2x on your ass right now, Blinken. We're doing it. 2xing you through this monologue of garbage.
Into Gaza. That's a critical route for supplies. So there's movement.
No kidding.
And it's positive, but it
really
remains insufficient. Israel still needs to open as many access points as possible and keep them open.
How many?
That things are flowing in a sustainable way.
Like
Increase
all
the
of
scanning
them?
capacity, the inspection capacity, particularly at Peremption alone, where more can be done to get more aid in more.
This is from 12
Easing
Rules for
unnecessary
Life.
restrictions on key products, having greater clarity and predictability on what can get in and what can't. There's legitimate dual-use items, but we need to see much greater clarity, much greater consistency.
Meanwhile, we're just gonna, pretend like a route through the sea is the best plan, when in fact it is the absolute worst plan. No big deal. No big MBD. All right, that's enough blinking. Even at 2x, he's unbearable. So we're just gonna fucking plow through. We're just gonna fucking plow right through, chat. Buckle up. What's next? Oh, this one's gonna be quick, but we got two more frustrating individuals. I'm gonna go back to regular speed because they're not that long, and whatever. Be respectful. Be respectful, chat. Stop being such an asshole. What do you think? That's a good plan? Alright. Who's next here? Matthew Miller, who, wait, is he DOD? No. He's, wait, why am I... They're all the same people, I swear to God. It is so hard to keep track of them. Matthew fucking Miller. Matthew Miller. He's just a spokesperson for State Department. Right, okay. He's not DOD, he's State Department. Matthew Miller, this is a Middle East Eye snippet of him talking about some stuff.
The EU top diplomat, Borrell, in a speech at the UN today, the Security Council, basically accused Israel of using food as a weapon of war, saying that, that's what Russia was accused of in Ukraine, weaponizing food, and Israel basically, by blocking aid and forcing everyone to find alternate routes, like you are with the airdrops, the maritime and all that, by blocking the entrance of enough aid, is basically using food as a weapon of war. Would you agree with that statement?
Say we want them to allow more food in. We want
I don't want reality.
To allow more water in. We want them to allow more humanitarian assistance in. Look, they have allowed humanitarian assistance in. They have allowed food in, but in our judgment, it hasn't.
Aren't I a good guy?
Enough. And we saw that. The whole world saw that. Incredibly stark.
Aren't I a good guy?
Almost 2 weeks ago, when we saw that horrible scene in northern Gaza, which is why you've seen us not just weigh in with the government of Israel, as we have been doing, but to begin delivering humanitarian assistance ourselves through air.
Tone policing, once again. We've been weighing in with Israel. We're putting in our 2 cents. When Israel calls, we say, hey, pal, geez, you've been really going at it hard over there, huh? Maybe chill out a little bit, That's weighing in. We're weighing in big time, folks.
Drops and begin work on a maritime option to deliver a large amount of humanitarian assistance in over the sea. But none of that changes our fundamental baseline position, which is that the majority of aid needs to go in through the land crossings in...
Oh, what? What did he just say?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I've been saying this for how long now?
To Gaza, and there needs to be much more of it than has been going in now. Now, that said, over the past week, 10...
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Oh my God, Jordan Peterson has never been writer. Oh, Jordy P. Why are you so good?
Days we have seen a fairly significant...
I feel like it's usually he's wrong about stuff, but in this one moment, he nailed it.
Increase in the amount of aid that is going in. Now, that's partly because aid was at such low levels in February. It had gotten to the point where an incredibly low amount, not nearly enough, was getting in for a variety of reasons. And now we've seen an increase that is substantial, but it's still not enough.
Substantial, but not enough. Okay.
So precisely, you said there's this increase. So basically, fortunately, it's not a game, so it's not the right word, but they're playing around with aid, opening, closing. So again, to my question, would you agree with the comment that Israel is using food as a weapon of war?
So we have seen a number of barriers erected, and sometimes those are logistical barriers. Sometimes they're hurdles that are imposed not by the government.
Logistical? And not by the government of Israel? What other logistical non-Israeli thing is keeping the thousands of trucks waiting to go into Gaza from going into Gaza? Oh wait, he has an explanation. I remember what it is, and it's mind-boggling. Prepare yourselves, chat. I'm gonna edge you on this for the next whatever. It's like 3 seconds, but it's mind-boggling and serious. We have to look into this.
Israel, but for example, you've seen protesters that have showed up, and the government of Israel has
Oh, the protesters. You know, we've watched a bunch of protester videos recently, and the like half dozen sort of very orthodoxly dressed Israeli women at the border don't seem like the sort of things or people that it doesn't seem like they would be capable of stopping trucks. That's just me, and maybe I'm overlooking something, but it doesn't seem like you would need too many troops to keep them from not blocking. I have not seen massive amounts of them. It's been sparse. There's definitely been protesters. I'm not going to say there haven't been, but to suggest that that's the logistical reason for why aid is not coming in through the land is fucking nonsense. God damn it, pitchforks. Can you behave? Can you behave? God damn it.
Prevent protesters from blocking the delivery of aid, but then those protesters have moved to other locations. Instead of blocking the gate, they move it to a screening location, or they move to a road that trucks are delivering in. So there are a number of hurdles that have popped up that slowed down the delivery of assistance of aid, including especially in February, that we have had to work through and that we have been urging the government of Israel to work through. But ultimately, it doesn't change the bottom line conclusion, which is not enough aid has gone in, and the government of Israel needs to do more.
I think I'm starting to dent my microphone from smashing my helmet into it. I don't know, chat. What do you think? I think I should get like a pop guard or something. I have one. I'm just not using it because fuck that. I want to speak directly into your ear. Sexily. Just kidding, chat. Just kidding. Okay, what is next here? Oh, good. Yes. All right. Well, this is nearly the end of the United States-ish related, directly United States related media I have for you today. Second to last. Did I say second to last? Second to last. This is an AP video entitled Biden is headed to Michigan with the goal of connecting with black voters. This is going to be a very relatable video, so everybody prepare yourself for that. President Joe Biden will be angling for votes when he makes a campaign stop in Saginaw County on Thursday. He picked the right place, at least based on recent history.
People see it as a bellwether, I think, to some degree, and also historically where Saginaw has been kind of pinpoint accurate on presidential elections.
The county, 100 miles north of Detroit, selected the winning presidential candidate in 2008, 2012, 2016, and 2020. At its heart is the city of Saginaw. It once was a thriving automotive hub, providing middle-class jobs that drew blacks from the Deep South. But mass industry layoffs beginning in the 1990s precipitated a dramatic decline in Saginaw's population and economy.
We look around our community and 10, 20, 30 years go by and the same blight is here. The same joblessness is here. The same issues are here.
Bishop Hurley Coleman Jr. has been a minister in Saginaw for decades. He sees a good match between Biden and his hometown.
What's making this particular election more challenging for many lay people is how do I filter through all of this noise and find out what's really happening. That's why I'm excited about the president making these kinds of trips. And there's a lot of good stuff that this administration has done. And he knows that people need to hear it. President Joe Biden knows that if there is a place in America that he can tell his story to a people that need to hear it, Saginaw is that typical place.
Here's the thing. I do hope that, you know, Biden manages to pull things together, but I've been so skeptical and so just drained of any ability to, like, speak on his behalf. I'm still just hoping he steps down and we get somebody else to vote for, because he's just a terrible choice. But considering things we've been looking at with Trump, always a good reminder that there is a worse choice, technically, somehow. When will the GNN ASMR happen? It's a fantastic question. You should ask yourself that. Alright, what was I actually doing just now? Oh, right. The news. This is a quick video ending our U.S. coverage, if you will. It's Eyewitness News ABC 7 New York video on how New Jersey is taking measures to prevent massive wildfires. Let's go, ABC 7. Let's look at this.
Last year, New Jersey had its worst wildfires seen in more than a decade. More than 1,000 fires burned more than 18,000 acres. New Jersey reporter Anthony Johnson looks at what the Forest Fire Service is doing to reduce the risk this year.
Go ahead and start the test fire.
This controlled burn is prescribed as a way to reduce the number of threatening wildfires in New Jersey.
Make a circle with it.
This Friday marks the beginning of the wildfire season in the state, and officials are taking every precaution.
We'll continue to reduce forest fuels because we know that that is the best way to reduce risk of wildfire, particularly in areas like we're in today in South Jersey.
This area of the Pine Barrens is called Roosevelt City, a community in the middle of preserved land. Forest fire officials dug a ditch in the Pine Barrens to prevent the flames from jumping from one area to another.
This is the fuel break. It's been strategically placed around the community here.
The objective of this controlled burn is to get rid of dry pine needles and brush on the forest floor. That way, it'll be a lot easier for firefighters to battle a wildfire.
Majority of the cause.
Okay, so that's all we really needed from that. And the main reason I wanted to watch that video, because we talk about environmental problems that we have, climate change, in its relation to humanity pretty regularly. Not every day, but most days. And the thing about it is you don't think of New Jersey as being very south or a very hot place, but it's still having to take measures like this to attempt to prevent wildfires, because, you know, the people who are doing the math see that it still has plenty of what do you call it, fuel to create wildfires. And it's kind of crazy, because I really don't associate New Jersey. When I saw that, I was like, wait, New Jersey? What are you talking about? Anyway, moving on from the US to something else that's kind of on fire, but in a different way. This is BBC's coverage of the current Haiti situation, entitled U.S. Transitional Council to be appointed. So this one is really going to be cringe. Okay. Wait, what's actually beautiful? I missed it. Vincent Morales is back. Welcome back. PB is back. Okay. Go. Go, web, go.
Now let's turn to the situation in Haiti. The United States says it expects a transitional council to be in place in Haiti over the next 2 days as the violence-ridden country is left without a leader. It will be tasked with nominating a new prime minister following the resignation of Ariel Henry on Monday. The UN says it strongly hopes the agreement will help end the violence carried out by the gangs that control much of the capital. Gang leaders had demanded the prime...
Gotta pause it right there. 30 seconds in. We made it 30 seconds, chat, but I had to pause it. BBC is somewhat, not shockingly, I would say, in this case, backing U.S. hegemonic sort of talking points that you're going to hear all throughout the mainstream media. But you got to remember, we were looking at the graph earlier. I could bring it out, but I think you all have good enough memory to remember this. Did I say remembery? Whatever. I have good enough English to be able to get through this sentence, I swear to God. If you recall correctly, Haiti is on near the very bottom of the democracy list. It's an actual authoritarian state, and that's all thanks to the U.S. So any sort of transitional council being appointed by the U.S. is going to be problematic. First off, people of Haiti are not going to feel that. The quote-unquote gangs that they refer to, who are just Haitian people that are pretty much just sick of being oppressed by a puppet government, are kind of, probably not going to be big fans of that. That's just my estimation of it. I could be entirely wrong, but they've been saying it literally over and over again, and maybe I've just been misinterpreting what they've been saying. There's been people who've been interpreting for me. Since they're speaking in French, I never actually get to hear what they're saying. But, yeah. I guess I could watch it in French and then just interpret it myself. Whatever, that's way too much. Anyways, point is, let's continue watching this, but remembering what I've just gone over.
To step down, our Central America correspondent Will Grant is just outside of Haiti and sent us this report.
Crossing between the Dominican Republic and Haiti, and we've already seen the Dominican authorities deporting Haitians back into the poorest country of the Americas at a time that it's facing its most acute humanitarian crisis since the 2010 earthquake. It's also that they're being deported into a political vacuum. Prime Minister Ariel Henry stood down, citing the fact that his situation was untenable given the violence on the streets of the capital, Port-au-Prince. His decision came after the CARICOM group of Caribbean nations and the US Secretary of State held an emergency meeting in Jamaica and made clear that...
In response to this question here, where's this? How does Haiti... I can't find it now because it just passed by me so fast. How does Haiti come back? Whoever asked that question, my thinking is that they actually elect a democratic government instead of having appointed presidents, because they keep getting called presidents, but I think like the last 3 have been like appointed by the previous, like the predecessor, maybe even longer. I'm not 100% on that, but it's been because of that. Haiti has been fraught with violence because nobody is feeling it. Nobody is, and it's been getting worse and worse and worse as they slip further and further into this very like dystopian sort of place where corruption is the law of the land, which is not the way the laws are supposed to go, by the way.
We saw the roadmap towards a transitional administration in Haiti, starting with his resignation. So what happens next? Well, the truth of the matter is that unfortunately things can still get much, much worse in Haiti. The gangs are going to feel considerably emboldened by the fact that they have forced Mr. Henry from power, and they already control around 80% of the capital, Port-au-Prince. And the hopes for a 1,000-strong Kenyan-led security force are beginning to hit difficulties as the Kenyan authorities themselves are saying that you do not deploy police to the streets of Port-au-Prince without a sitting administration.
Now that is one of the very most realistic and sensible things that is said during this whole piece. We're not going to watch the whole thing in any form or fashion, but I did want us just to get to that point because I think in that in that decision, Kenya is being very even-handed, right? You don't deploy like troops to a country without any sort of leadership, right? Like it's crazy. Well, and the gangs will go along? I don't know. Is that a serious question? Because we've talked about the quote-unquote gangs here multiple times in the discussion of this Haiti situation over the last week or so, and if you really look at it, like the leader of the gang is a former officer in the military, and police officer as well, who has reiterated over and over again that he just wants them to have a non-puppet state, basically, in not so many words. I think they would probably go along with it if there was democracy on the table, if there was no more Western interventionism, things like that. Anyway, gonna move on here to, I have one more video on this subject. Hold on, do I? Yes, this is a global news video entitled Haitian Canadians Fear for Families Back Home.
I cannot imagine what the people are going through.
There is pain in every call. Haitian Canadian France André says each phone conversation with friends and family in Haiti is hard. Whether it's the bullet sounds in the background, stories of murders, or the begging for help.
We don't know what to tell them. You know, they are crying, really crying on the phone, saying, "Get me out of there."
It has been months of chaos. The resignation Monday of the unpopular and unelected Prime Minister may help, André says, but new elections are needed. The question is how to get there. A solution, André says, can't be imposed by the international community.
Let Asians take care of Asian issues. Yes, you want to be helped, but let us choose who want to be elected.
Yeah, Paul Toussaint has the same painful conversations. Toussaint runs a restaurant in Montreal, but this morning spoke to an old colleague in Port-au-Prince.
This guy today, after March 2, they can't go to do their job. They can't go to work. Since that, how are you gonna feed your kids right now?
Now, gangs have grown in recent years. What were once small groups of mercenaries, Toussaint says, have become armies. If the international community wants to help, he says, it should reinforce the outmanned and outgunned Haitian police.
The first thing to do is destroy the gangs. Show them they don't have power.
The plan for a new transitional council to lead Haiti is supposed to exclude people involved in gangs, but it does include many of the same political players and parties who've been in and around power before. The fact the council is being created behind closed doors outside Haiti isn't sitting well either.
You don't just go doing your meeting and decide for Haiti without Haitian in it.
We don't want to repeat what you've been doing.
André says too many mistakes have been made in Haiti and repeated, something that has to stop. The country, he says, right now is hell, and Haitians are finding out how deep hell can go.
Now, I would just point out that those people were in Canada. Global News is a Canadian news service, and so they have a different perspective than those of people who were on the ground in Haiti. But it did sound like they had anecdotal sort of I guess evidence, not really what I was intending. That's not really the vibe of what I'm trying to say, but they had stories from people they supposedly know in Haiti, and I'm not going to question that. But yeah, I just wanted to at least be listening to all the different sources on what people are trying to say about it, but you still heard it at the very end. Regardless of what they may have said, they still don't want the U.S. to create this council and to decide for Haiti what's going to happen to them. And that much I can certainly agree with, because they need to decide for themselves what's going to happen next. I'm the only person that you've seen cover this subject. Well, I try not to shy away from much and cover what comes across my news desk here to a certain degree. Today I have 44 videos in my playlist. We've gotten some way through, but we are nowhere near the end, and so that, I think, exemplifies what I'm talking about here. What am I doing next? Oh, yeah, okay. I'm gonna have to read from this one if I recall correctly. Gotta prepare myself for that. This is an Al Jazeera video entitled Protests in India Against Anti-Muslim Citizenship Law. This is from 14 hours ago, Al Jazeera newsfeed. Shit. It's loud. I need to turn it down because, gotta read. Hold on. Try this again. A new Indian citizenship law that discriminates against Muslims has prompted protests in different parts of the country. They want to create problems in the future. Fundamentally, the point is that you cannot make a law on the grounds of religion. Riot police were deployed at the scene of previous protests over the new law. Known as the CAA, it gives new rights to refugees fleeing persecution in neighboring countries. But the rights only apply to non-Muslims. And I mean, this has very much echoes of Israel right now, right? Anybody, you know, it's basically, I think it's like a reverse Israel, I guess you would say, but the exact same result, essentially. Not the, you get what I'm saying. It has done the job. Wait. Oh God, he tricked me. Why you gotta trick me like that? It has done the job of protecting their culture, language, religion, families, and women's respect. And today onwards, tomorrow onwards, every refugee who has sought shelter in this country will have the same rights as you and I. Unless they're Muslim. This is what he's saying. India's government says it is protecting minorities from abroad. Many Muslims in India say the government is guilty of discrimination, which is exactly what it sounds like. And of persecuting the Muslim minority at home.
This is the first time that into the principle of citizenship, you are finding a law being brought in that actually discriminates by excluding people of one particular faith.
In India's border regions, people have been protesting against the law because they fear a surge in refugee numbers.
One thing is very clear, that Ka is coming here unconstitutional, anti-Indian, anti-Northeast, violating the Assam Accord. We cannot accept Ka.
The Ka has been enacted just weeks ahead of India's general election and was one of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's key pledges. I would point out that Narendra Modi's got some real bonkers policies, and he's been basically... It's been alleged that he's basically turning completely a blind eye to what is effectively an ethnic cleansing in progress. Now, I wish I had more context for you on that, but I feel like India is one of the places that I do struggle to give a ton of context on, partially because there's not that much news in maybe I'm just copping out. Maybe I should be putting more effort into looking into India, but I've just been so focused on Israel and Gaza that we've only been kind of looking at snippets of it over this time, but that situation is getting to a boiling point as well. So we really can't take our eyes off of it. All right. Oh, good. Yes, this next video is from Reuters. The energy sector's methane emissions near record in 2023.
Methane emissions from the energy sector remained near a record high in 2023. That's according to a report by the International Energy Agency published on Wednesday. The potent greenhouse gas is responsible for roughly a third of the rise in global temperatures since the Industrial Revolution. Christophe Maglade is the agency's head of energy supply.
One of the key things that we found was that last year, in 2023,
we saw an increase in the level of methane emissions coming from fossil fuels. It's very bad news for climate change.
The IEA says production and use of fossil fuels put more than 120 million metric tons of methane into the atmosphere last year, a slight rise over 2022. Large methane plumes from leaky fossil fuel infrastructure jumped by 50% in 2023 compared with 2022. At last year's United Nations Climate Summit in Dubai, nearly 200 countries agreed to rapidly and substantially cut methane emissions.
Our methane emissions.
Dozens of oil companies have also voluntarily committed to reduce emissions. But countries and companies are still significantly underreporting the extent of their oil and gas methane emissions compared with the IEA's latest estimate. The IEA says new satellites could help close that gap.
Two big things that we hope to see in 2024 is, first of all, is more transparency. New satellites going up into orbit are looking specifically at methane emissions. The other thing is that we will start to see these pledges, we will start to see these policies coming through. And that means that 2024 should mark a turning point in our action, in our efforts to reduce methane emissions going forward.
Yeah, we need to drastically reduce them to like near zero. But yeah, my main problem with the plan is that all these damn satellites keep blocking my view. I don't know if you ever noticed them passing my windows, but I'd love a clear view of Earth, but there's thousands and thousands of satellites up here. It's out of control. Anyway, I think that's probably all we have. I think we did 2 environmental related videos, and that's it for the stream on that topic. Not nearly done, unfortunately, for all of you people in chat. What's next? Oh good, now it's time to talk about Putin. How great this I don't think we're going to watch all of these, but I have got a few videos set up, more than a few videos set up, talking about the Russia-Ukraine situation. It's kind of escalating, in my opinion, in a negative way. I think escalation implies negative in this context, no matter what, but I just figured I'd be very clear about that. Wait, I haven't given enough context yet. What is this one? Ah, yes. So this first video is from Reuters. It's entitled, Putin Warns the West. Russia is ready for nuclear. You people are chatting so fast. I'm struggling to respond, and I love to respond to chat, but I don't even know where to start right now. And there's so many interwoven chats happening, and I don't even know how far to go back.
President Vladimir Putin says Russia is technically ready for nuclear war. In
Great.
the warning to the West, which came on Wednesday, he added that if the US sent troops to Ukraine or Russian territory, it would be deemed as a significant escalation of the conflict. Here's Putin speaking to state media Russia 1, just days before elections, which are sure to hand him another 6 years in power.
Are we really ready for nuclear war?
Firstly, from the technical point of view, of course we are ready. They are consistently combat ready. Secondly, and this is accepted by everybody, our nuclear triad is more modern than any other triad. Actually, only us and Americans have a triad, and we have advanced much more than them. Our triad and the whole nuclear element is more modern.
Putin's nuclear warning came alongside another offer for talks on Ukraine as part of a new post-Cold War demarcation of European security. The US, however, says Putin is not ready for serious talks on the conflict. Putin has made several public nuclear warnings to the US aimed at
I'm afraid I don't think I can play Satellite by XTC on the stream. We already got copyright struck mid-stream one time. Let's not do it twice. I'm pretty confident that will definitely make, but I was considering it, so that's why I'm saying let's not do it. You had me going there for a second. I was like,
encouraging greater involvement in Ukraine, a move the Kremlin says would mark a slide into world war. Despite Washington claiming it has seen no major changes to Russia's nuclear position, the remarks have certainly caused concern in the US capital. The West continues to grapple with how to support Kyiv against Russia, which now controls almost a fifth of Ukrainian territory.
Yeah. This whole situation is just getting more and more fucked. Like, Putin saying these sorts of things, he knows the implications of saying these things out loud, right? Like, I felt like the second I heard this, which was earlier today, when was this video come out? This came out 9 hours ago. I probably found it like 5 or 6 hours ago. Like, he knows that, like, DEF CON goes to... Wait, does it go up or down? I think it goes down. I think DEF CON 1's the worst one, and DEF CON 5 is the least bad one. So he just knows it goes towards 1. I feel like it's already been kind of close to that already. But the implications of saying this kind of stuff is just crazy. Oh, hey, Avicii. Good to see you back. Bella Lagrisi. Wait, which sadist? Are you referring to me? Am I hanging out with a sadist? Unintentionally? Hold on, let's finish watching this here. Yeah.
Kyiv says it's defending itself against an imperial-style war of conquest, designed to erase its national identity, whereas Russia says the areas it controls in Ukraine now belong to Russia.
Great.
Putin
Great.
sent tens of thousands.
That's the thing. That's where I wanted to get us to, because that is the biggest part of this picture, right? Because if he claims that the stuff that he's taken illegally, right, and then says he's going to defend Russia's sovereignty, which is the word he used, right, with nuclear weapons, that's bad. That's super fucking bad. And you know I want to believe that it's just posturing and him attempting to push people back just by sheer concern over a statement like that, but you know, this is one of those things that it's hard to not take a little bit seriously regardless of your skepticism, right? Because it's so serious that it's like, well, let's talk about that. That's a problem. We're gonna move ahead. No, actually we're not. Let's go to the next one. It's from 7 hours ago. Another Reuters piece discussing how big is Russia's nuclear arsenal. So let's go to that first.
Russia, which inherited the Soviet Union's nuclear weapons, has the world's biggest store of nuclear warheads.
Действительно готовы к ядерной войне? Ну, с военно-технической точки зрения, мы, конечно, готовы.
President Vladimir Putin recently said Russia was ready for a nuclear war with the West, and that if the United States sent troops to Ukraine, the move would be considered a significant escalation of the war. Here are some key facts about Russia's nuclear arsenal. Putin controls about 5,580 nuclear warheads, according to the Federation of American Scientists. Of those, about 1,200 are retired, but largely intact, and around 4,380 are stockpiled for use by long-range strategic launchers and shorter-range tactical nuclear forces. Such numbers mean that...
Look, I hear your skepticism, okay, chat. I think pitchforks. Yeah. I hear your skepticism, but even if it's like poorly maintained down to, I don't know, say 1/4 functionality, even though they're putting this out, I'm not comfortable with 1,000 nuclear weapons, are you? That's where I'm going to start the conversation, right? It's like, even if they kind of sucked at it real hard, not in a good way, the implications are still there. You don't need 4,000, like, to do lasting harm to humanity.
Moscow could destroy the world many times over.
Значит, думаю, никакому человеку в здравом уме и ясной памяти не придет в голову применить ядерное оружие в отношении России.
The United States said in its 2022 nuclear posture review that Russia and China were expanding and modernizing their nuclear forces. In February, Putin said that 95% of all of Russia's nuclear forces had been modernized.
It's kind of going against your numbers right now, chat, but, well, yeah. I don't know. Even if we split the difference, it's not good.
Новых гиперзвуковых ракет «Циркон». Завершаются испытания других ударных комплексов.
Since the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, Russia has not carried out a nuclear test. The country signed the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty in 1996 and ratified it 4 years later. The US also signed the treaty in 1996 but has not yet ratified it. Putin has said Russia would consider testing a nuclear weapon if the US did. And in 2023, he signed a law withdrawing Russia's ratification of the treaty. The Russian president is the ultimate decision maker on the use of nuclear weapons. The so-called nuclear briefcase is with the president at all times. The Russian defense minister and the chief of the general staff are also thought to have such briefcases.
Okay. So, bad. Not good. Not necessarily a definite doom situation, but it's a potential doom situation. What the fuck is that? Stop that. What are you doing? Stop that. What the heck? I wonder if I can get copyright struck for doing this. Mono said Rasputin, and now I feel very, very tempted to do a thing. That's all you get. Back here. I don't think I got copyright struck because it was 9 seconds. It was exactly 9 seconds. I don't think they can copyright strike me for 9 seconds, chat. I think I got right in under the wire. What is next? Oh, I forgot I have more Russia stuff. I was going to do that at the end of the Russia stuff to help us. Oh, to help us segue. I have foiled myself.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self.
Yeah. Okay, Jordy. Thank you for that. Really helpful. All right. Well, this next video is still related to Russia. I'm going to skip one. And then we're going to go... Actually, we might skip two. We're going to skip two. Hold on, I got to do something then. If I'm going to skip two, I got to do this. Just because it's easier. Where am I? Okay. This is from 8 hours ago. Lithuania alleges Moscow was behind hammer attack on Navalny aide. CBC News. Go full screen, please. There we go.
Well, this attack on Leonid Volkov, Alexei Navalny's chief of staff, will certainly be a concern for all of Navalny's team. It was just yesterday that he was actually giving an interview and he spoke about the pressures and the risks that they're continuing to take by campaigning against President Putin from outside Russia. And then later that same day, just outside his home in Vilnius, in the Lithuanian capital, his car window was smashed. He was tear gas sprayed. And he says he was beaten with a hammer. The images that have since been released do show him bloodied and bruised and with a broken arm. No one has been identified for this attack, but Leonid Volkov has made a direct link with his own activism. He's described it as a gangster attack, and in a video that he's posted online, he said his attacker wanted to make tenderized steak out of me. Now, the allegation that Moscow was behind this has today been supported by the Lithuanian president, Gitanas Nausėda, who has firmly blamed Moscow, saying it was clearly a pre-planned attack. In recent days, President Putin is understood to have sacked the commander of Russia's navy after it suffered a series of humiliating losses in the Black Sea. And we've also seen some cross-border attacks into Russia that are reportedly carried out by Russian troops loyal to Kyiv. Now, of course, all of this comes just a few days before presidential elections in Russia taking place this weekend. President Putin seeking a 5th term in office, and he's almost certainly set to be the winner. There are actually only 3 other Kremlin-approved candidates on the ballot, and we know that opposition in the country remains suppressed. President Putin himself has today been...
Okay. We already saw this part. I think I did a pretty good job of pausing that exactly where I wanted to. What am I doing now? Okay, one more, but this is a video from Ukraine where Ukraine launched a drone attack on Russian oil refineries. This is a Reuters video of that footage. Video of that footage? Fucking hell. What in the fuck is happening here?
Ну стреляйте, блядь! Стреляйте, суки! Прямо около нас.
Сзади что летит? 4-й на. Пошел. Во, в то же место попал.
Dang, dude.
И нихуя не сбили.
Ух ты! Волна хорошая.
Well, as you can see, drone warfare is still being used in quite a serious fashion here in Ukraine. Ow, that's my head. Not what I meant to do. Okay. Well, just because we have to, I feel like I have to do this. We're just gonna do this again. But we're just gonna keep listening to this. I think that was less than 4 bars. I think that's actually the real, or it's 8 bars? It's something like that. Either way, we're good, hopefully. Anyways, that's it for our Russia coverage. Got some other stuff here to look at. Good thing. Yeah, good thing. Good thing, Pitchforks. That makes sense. Now you're thinking logically. Logically, sound logic. It's exactly what it is. You thought it through, and you put your thoughts to writing, and you're just making so much sense, you know? Drones are... Yeah, I'm just gonna stop, because I think we all know I'm being sarcastic. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Why do I have so many tabs? Why? Stop having so many tabs. Tabs are the bane of my existence, I swear to God. They are the bane of my existence. This next one is another slightly troubling video. This is an Associated Press video entitled North Korean Leader Kim Drives Tanks at Military Exercises. It's just really another reminder of the sort of vibe everybody seems to be trying to give off at this moment, which I'm not feeling. Why is there no sound? I could have sworn there was sound in this video. Is there no sound? Okay, I'll just talk.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
Just... What the fuck are these? I swear to God, these all look so staged. Like, it is ridiculous. It reminds me, it gives me serious, like, theater vibes, you know? Like, theater kid vibes. It's just like everybody's, like, so energetic that it's gotta be fake. Alright, well, enough of these somewhat unfortunate images here. I realized I don't have up, which I usually do have up, but haven't. I don't know if it's bothering anybody, but I stopped having my computer display what I'm doing. And I don't know why I stopped it. I just did, because it just felt like it was too much. Okay. You have a question on the topic of Israel? You're happy to say that you now know more than your sister about current events. Your sister-in-law is a proud... Oh, boy. That is unfortunate. That is unfortunate information. What's next? Whoopsies. That's not it. Oh, this is a quick one. This was a space launch in Japan. Let's just see what happened here. It's an unfortunate situation, and I'm not sure if anybody was aboard. The video literally gave no information on it. I could have looked further into it, but I figured we'd at least cover it. I don't think there was, because it's quite small, but because I think it's intended to deploy a satellite. But yeah, that's a thing. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. Just sitting here talking. I guess I could just stick on this screen for a little bit while I search. You can see me talking with my stupid mouth. What's next? Oh, well, you know what? Since we're going to be shifting topics slightly, I'm going to do this real quick. Gross, self-promotional, capitalist thing. Hey, folks. I hope you're having a fantastic day and or night so far. I know that I am enjoying the stream. Being with all of you people is fantastic. However, maintaining a space station is quite costly, and trying to get all this done is incredibly time-consuming. And if you have a couple bucks to spare, you can become a Patreon member, which comes with all sorts of perks, including shout-outs, and the ability to have an emote or picture of your choice placed here at the Galactic Pool. Hang out poolside with me, join the Patreon. Let's get back to the fucking news already. Okay, what's on the list here? Yep. I don't know if you figured it out. If you were asking yourself, what's next? What's happening next? Well, you may have guessed it, but it's Palestine time, folks. So this next video, we're gonna ease ourselves into this. Okay. This is from 5 days ago. You may have missed this. This was uploaded to Al Jazeera English. Former Israeli security agency chief Netanyahu wants an endless war. Now this interview is quite frustrating, so I'm probably going to stop it about 200 times. Prepare yourself for that. But this is with Mark Lamont Hill, and it's quite revealing. And if you didn't quite catch it, this is an interview he did with the former Israeli Security Council, security agency chief. What was his name? I'm sorry, not Itzhak Rabin. What the fuck? Why am I blanking on this one piece of information? Anyways, we're just gonna move on to it, and I'll tell you. I'm pretty sure he actually says it during the interview. So let's just move on to that.
After 5 months of Israel's brutal bombing campaign and siege on Gaza that has killed more than 30,000 Palestinians and seen Israel facing a case of genocide at the International Court of Justice, negotiations continue and a ceasefire may be imminent. But even if a ceasefire is reached, what happens next? And will there be accountability for the war crimes committed? I'll ask the former commander-in-chief of the Israeli Navy and former director of Israel's Secret Service, Ami Ayalon, in an upfront special.
Now, I did a little research on this guy, and thankfully, Mark Lamont Hill said it in the first 15 seconds, so thank you, Mark. But Ami Aylan, if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, I think that's what it is. Both of his parents are from Romania. They moved to Israel during the 20th century, and he's got some real shitty takes from most of this interview, to be perfectly honest. But it's enlightening in some sort of sick way. So let's get to this now.
Ami Ayalon, thank you so much for joining us on Upfront.
Thank you, Mark.
As we record, negotiations for a ceasefire in Gaza continue to advance. But many are asking, even if there were to be a ceasefire, what happens next? Now, you've stated that you hope Israeli society will demand, and I quote, security, democracy, and an end to the Israeli occupation of the Palestinian territories, because the three are inseparable. But this idea strays quite far from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's intentions, which currently suggests taking indefinite control over the security and civilian affairs of Gaza. How do you respond to Prime Minister Netanyahu's plan?
Well, I do not respond to Netanyahu because this is the beauty of democracy. I represent myself.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Many of the Israelis agree with me, but as long as he is the prime minister, as much as I don't like it, he represents the state of Israel. So I'm not negotiating with Netanyahu. I'm telling what I believe in. I hope that Israelis will listen. I hope that the world will listen, your audience, for example. And finally, since it is a democracy, I hope that we shall have elections as soon as possible. And then the Israeli people will vote for another leader.
I guess my question is, why do you disagree with Prime Minister Netanyahu? You said you don't like it. What don't you like about his plan?
Good question.
Okay, let me go back a little bit and to start with trying to explain.
I hope it was good seeing you again, Vincent Morales. You have a good night.
To foreign people.
I hope I answered at least some of your questions. I know you had a few in there.
We understand the reality in the Middle East and the Israeli point of view. On the 7th of October, I think that we experienced something that we couldn't imagine that ever we shall face. Now, why it is so important to start with...
I don't know what... When people such as this say something like that, where it's beyond the stretch of imagination that something like that could have happened, to me seems bold and somewhat short-sighted. But that's just me. I feel like when you're committing, a slow but steady ethnic cleansing of somebody, and you're disenfranchising them from the democratic process, from each other, from everything you can possibly think of, you would think that you'd also think that that's probably making people mad. I'm not saying that it was right, but just that it probably could have been foreseen, and there's been some evidence that it was foreseen and nothing was done about it, but I'm not going to get into that right now.
This, because you have to understand that we went to a war, and the way we understand this war is a just war. But even a just war must end, because war should never be the goal of itself. And my discussion or debate or the reason why I do not agree with Netanyahu is that the way I understand him, he do not have intent. He do not have any intent to end this war. For him, it is
That's it.
endless war.
Do you hear that? Do you hear that, chat? I'm hearing it loud and clear. Everything that's happened, the starvation, the killing, the indiscriminate bombings, the war crimes in general, the destructions of entire swaths of property, graves, religious sites, mosques, schools, churches, and other sorts of historical sites. While that's all fine, but it's just he doesn't know when to stop. When will he stop? That's all. And I mean, that's kind of the point of this video a little bit, but it's just interesting to hear it out of somebody such as this, as he was formerly... Hold on, I'm actually going to bring him up, because this guy is problematic, and... So this guy's name is Ami Ayalon, and according to Wikipedia, granted it's Wikipedia, so it could be technically off, but there's a picture of this fucking dude looking about 30 years younger right here, in a what appears to be an IDF uniform. He was in the Israeli Navy, and apparently was in the 6-Day War, the Yom Kippur War, the Lebanon War, the Intifada. This guy was involved in all of the worst fucking things Israel's done over the last like 30 years, and was a, you know, after that I believe he had some sort of government position. Yeah, he was elected to the Knesset. So yeah, guy had a position in government affecting policy. Alright, I'm gonna say focus a second. Oh, Bad Lefty's back.
And another idea when I speak about this war, when we fight
oh my god.
Hamas.
Is it St. Paddy's Day in Ireland already? Is that why I see that flag? It is, isn't it? Oh my god. Oh my god. It's crazy. It's crazy. Hold on. Okay, that's it. I can't play more than 10 seconds, but there you go. Maybe we'll watch a funny Irish video later. Something like that. And hopefully I won't offend anybody with it. What? What are you saying, chat? You're all going so fast. How am I supposed to keep up with this? Okay. Next. Wait. No, not next. We're continuing with this. I was just distracted by St. Paddy's Day.
Which is a terror fundamentalist organization, and I'm not saying all the Palestinians are the same, but Hamas as an organization, in a way, it is a totally different type of war. We are fighting on two dimensions. One is on the military battle, on the battlefield. And yes, it is a military war, but the other and the most important dimension is a war of ideas. And what I claim is that in order to defeat Hamas, it is not enough to dismantle his military capability and his political leadership. And this is what we are doing, but I think that...
Hold on. Pitchfork makes a great point. We do need to speed this up. It's getting unbearable, and I agree. I fucking agree. We gotta speed this psycho up.
War must end today.
When you talk about an end to the war, one of the things that Netanyahu has talked about, in addition to actual military engagement, is the question of a Palestinian state. He's saying very explicitly at this point that a Palestinian state is a non-starter.
I totally disagree with Netanyahu, and just to support my view, I think that in this case, you know, all the world agree with me. If you listen to the American voice, European voice, all the Arab states and all the Muslim states who signed on the Arab Peace Initiative, I think that only Iran and its, you know, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis did not sign within the Arab and the Muslim world. And if you listen to Russia and China, all the world accept the future of two states as the only realistic view in order to bring an end to this conflict. So Netanyahu...
My problem right now is the inequality between Israel and a supposed Palestinian state at this time. The rebuilding of Gaza to an actual state will take years. Literal years. And Israel's got plenty of working, what do you call it? infrastructure, other stuff like that. And that's my only concern about it. Like, I obviously genuinely believe that the Palestinians need to be united, West Bank and Gaza, in some form or fashion by land, in my opinion, and it can't be controlled by Israel. And that is my own, that is like kind of my, those are my two issues with the two-state solution, because I don't understand how people want to enact those things, right? But beyond that, I absolutely, you know, I think that that's probably the solution that needs to happen, because I don't know how to do a one-state solution. Even though I've heard Norm Finkelstein talk about it, I just don't understand how it would be facilitated. And if somebody in chat knows, I'm certainly willing to hear it, but I'm just, you know, already struggling with the occupied territories. How do you get Israel to stop doing that stuff and also pull people into their country? I mean, I'd love to see it. It'd be interesting.
And unfortunately, the Israeli government today do not accept it.
Let me ask you a question, because you raised an interesting point about international consensus. You say that the world, the dominant majority of countries around the world, the Arab states, Europe, etc., are all calling for two states. There's a similar consensus around the globe that Israel has committed.
What's bugging me right now about the speed up is that it's going back and forth between this douchebag, I guess you might call him, and Mark Lamont Hill. And I'd like to actually hear what Mark Lamont Hill has to say. So I'm going to back this up and listen to Mark, as he's usually pretty based.
You say that the world, the dominant majority of countries around the world, the Arab states, Europe, etc., are all calling for two states. There's a similar consensus around the globe that Israel has committed war crimes. There is a similar international and global consensus that Israel has contravened international law. Do you accept global consensus on those issues as well?
No, I don't.
Why?
I don't, and I started by saying, first of all, that it is a just war. When we try to understand
but I'm making, just to be clear, I'm making a distinction between what you're calling sort of the impetus for the war and the actual practices within the war. There are some people who might agree with you with the war, but say in the practice of war, because 30,000 people have been killed, because 2/3 of those people are women and children, because the Geneva Conventions have been violated by, bombing mosques and schools and hospitals.
Right.
Because, so many civilians have been indiscriminately targeted that perhaps even if one were to accept...
This is where this guy goes completely unhinged in this thing. You're about to hear it, but...
The war itself was just as a mission,
Whoa,
but in practice...
Chill.
Still violating many laws. Why do you think international consensus is so overwhelming?
I don't think that there is an international consensus. I think that this is a view of the street in many places, but I don't think that this is a view of most of the lawyers that deals with international law. You have to understand that I have the right to attack every target if it is a military target.
Oh my God.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
Yeah, I think he's right about this one. Like, he was just saying a bunch of stuff that completely negates what he's getting into now. I don't even know where to start with it. It's just so nonsensical. And the fact is that they haven't presented any evidence to anybody, aside from just kind of like claiming it at press conferences, but that doesn't count as evidence in international law. You kind of have to have like independent observers. Kind of got to not bomb UN representatives so much that they pull out of the country entirely.
I have to explain you something about why the war in Gaza is so problematic. Because it is the first war that we are fighting, which is in a so populated area, and there is no way to attack a legitimate target without killing, unfortunately, without any intent, civilians. This is the one reason. The second reason...
Well, let me ask you about your first reason before you jump to the second reason.
Yeah, please, Mark.
Again, even if one were to accept your argument that that casualties are inevitable in war, that international law does not
He does. He didn't even let him finish the sentence. He does accept casualties, civilian specifically, because that's exactly what he was trying to say. It's crazy.
Just or does not allow.
You like literally interrupted him so that he could get that out. Yes, okay, I do accept that 100%.
Indiscriminately kill civilians. It does not allow. It doesn't absolve. It does not absolve you of your responsibility to make sure that civilians are evacuated from a hospital, for example. And then finally, then I want to get your response to this. And then also, you say these are legitimate military targets, but when you blow up a hospital or when you destroy a school or a mosque, these are not military targets as such. And the only way they would become military targets is if they were to lose that status. And to date, there's been almost no evidence presented by the state of Israel that these targets have lost their status, their protected status, and that they are legitimate military targets. And even if they were, because Hamas is in there, you still have to evacuate civilians. You still have to give civilians time to get away. If civilians don't leave, you don't just get to blow up the place because the civilians haven't left a home or a refugee camp, for example. What do you make of
it? Mark Lamont Hill is right. So is PB. It's not a war. It's a genocide. Yep.
Sure.
What is the question?
My question is, what do you make of the Geneva Conventions and all these other international legal statutes that make it very clear that you don't have the ability or the right to blow up houses of worship or hospitals or schools simply because you believe that a Hamas agent may be in there without taking proper measures and without making sure that civilians are protected?
Okay, I heard you. I don't see, I'm not sure that you really know the facts, with all the respect.
That is so disrespectful to say to Mark Lamont Hill, who's a respected journalist, who's been a journalist for like, I want to say like 20, maybe not 20 years, but like, hold on, just to check myself. I'm always doing this to myself. Why? Yeah, I think it's about 20 years. I'm doing that math right. Yeah, I was pretty close. That was close. That's rude. He says with that, with no disrespect. Whenever anybody says no disrespect, you know what they mean. They mean fuck you.
It's not that we believe that Hamas is using it. It is because we know it and we presented real evidence in every case. In the case of mosques, in the case of hospitals, which we did not attack, by the way. So what I am trying to explain is the first war ever in which, in this case, Hamas, the organization, or what we call the government in Gaza, is using the civilians as a human shield. I'm not inventing it. You just have to go to the internet and to look.
What evidence do you have of that, sir? Because today,
yeah, I was gonna say he is inventing it a little bit. Pretty sure.
I've seen no evidence presented.
It's clear evidence. Go to Hamas website for the last 10 years.
Hold on, let me find the Hamas website. 1 second. Nope.
The Hamas website?
Hamas website. Yes.
You're saying that your proof that Hamas is using human shields is that on Hamas's website?
Yes.
What does Hamas say on Hamas.com?
Listen, can I have a few minutes in order to give you a response?
Yeah, but I'm just asking what the evidence is, because you haven't presented any evidence. You just said go to Hamas's website. And you're suggesting that on Hamas's website they acknowledge that they use human shields? That's your argument?
Yes.
Okay. I've seen no evidence of that.
Let me finish my argument and then do whatever you want. Okay? I'm telling you, go to Hamas website, and for the last 10 years, all what they're saying, their strategies is to bring Israel to the middle of the cities in order for the Israelis, soldiers, to kill as many civilians as possible. And then the world will understand, and then the world will support them. This
is disgusting. And this
strategy.
is about all I wanted to watch of this, but it's just disgusting. And this guy, he just needs to...
Don't be creepy.
Sofia Vergara is right, as usual, being very creepy and very genocide supporty. I don't appreciate it. Not one bit. What is your favorite color? Whoa, what just happened to my mouse? Oh god. Don't do that. Whew. Okay, I almost thought my mouse was about to go down. That could have been a tragedy, chat. That was a near tragedy. Okay, this next one is relatively frustrating to watch, as this is a Piers Morgan uncensored video. Mehdi Hassan went on to his show a day ago. So let's hear what sort of discourse went on here.
I want you to imagine that you are the Prime Minister of Israel when that atrocity happens. What do you do?
That's a great question.
Just gonna skip
Bestseller,
ahead.
Win Every Argument was notably written before he'd appeared on this show, and now Mehdi Hassan is uncensored. Mehdi, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you for that introduction, Piers.
We've had a few ding dongs on X, formerly Twitter, over the years. Recently, I've noticed.
Bad Lefty, are you upset that we're watching Piers Morgan? Is this upsetting to you? I can understand how he might hit closer to home for you than he does for some of us Americans, because we don't claim him.
Where you've started a few tweets saying, "I hate to admit this, but I agree with Piers Morgan."
Yeah, you've said some sensible things about the conflict in the Middle East. You've said some sensible things about Islamophobia. I feel like you've matured over the years.
I've been following what's happened with you with great interest, and as somebody who was at CNN and left there pretty abruptly myself a few years ago after a series of very lively debates with members of the NRA about gun rights in America, you know, I could see what happened with you, and we'll come to that a little later. But first of all, how are you enjoying the freedom of your new life?
Did you see Mehdi?
Very much so.
I'm sorry, I gotta pause it before he even responds, because did you see Mehdi's like eye roll as as Pierre started making like comparisons to the NRA? It was just fucking. It was classic Mehdi. Okay.
You know, I could see what happened with you, and we'll come to that a little later. But first of all, how are you enjoying the freedom of your new life?
Very much so. I'm someone, as you said, who likes to speak out. I'm known for speaking very freely. And look, it's great to have your own enterprise, start your own media company. I'm 44 years old. I've worked for the BBC, for Sky, for Al Jazeera English, for NBC, for HuffPost.
He's
it's
working
good to
for
actually
literally
be my own
everyone.
boss for a little while, and to be able to, especially at a time, Piers, when the world is going through so much. You have the war in Gaza, you have an election in the US, you have the rise of fascism globally. There's a lot I want to speak about, both online and in my shows and in my writing. And, you know, it is good to be uncensored, including on this show.
It certainly is. It's great to have you. Let me just take you back to October the 7th. I want you to imagine, and it's a bit of a leap, I admit, but I want you to imagine that you are the Prime Minister of Israel when that atrocity happens in Israel. What do you do?
That's a great question. So short answer is I resign, because I'm responsible for that attack. I'm the one who botched security at the border. I'm the one who propped up Hamas with money from Qatar over the years and allowed them to be propped up as a way to divide the Palestinian people. I'm the one who's had millions of my own people on the streets for months protesting against my authoritarian reforms to the judiciary. So I have some shame, I have some self-respect, I have some honesty, and I say, I quit. Let someone else do this because I've failed for 20 years.
Okay, Netanyahu did not do that.
That was not the response that Pierce was hoping for.
Interestingly, although the majority of Israelis would like him to go, they also want him to finish the job in destroying Hamas. There's not much ambiguity in terms of how Israelis feel about the mission plan. But there's obviously a lot of concern mounting around the world about the scale of Israel's response. And that's really what I guess my question was alluding to. And I'll be honest, I've said this a lot on my Uncensored show, that I felt a real moral quandary. You know, I can go back over...
I'm going to spare everybody his moral quandary. We're going to move on from this interview. It's honestly a great interview, and I think Mehdi manages to hold his ground on just about everything. And I really respect him as a journalist, but I am not going to subject everybody here to Piers Morgan for 40 minutes or more. It's just not happening, chat. I love you all too much to do that to you for that long. It's too rage-inducing. Because he's just such a twit. And there's plenty of other twits that we have to look at before we're done. Alright, this next video is from a day ago now. From TRT World. Palestinians mark Ramadan in fear of famine. And we talked about it yesterday, but and I think every day this week, but this week was the first week of Ramadan, and Palestinians are now attempting to celebrate their highest holiday, if you will. I think I phrased that properly, at least. In the middle of a genocide. So I figure it's I'm not a religious man, but I feel it makes sense for us to continue looking at this freaking atrocity in as many ways as possible.
During Ramadan, a time of spiritual reflection and communal prayer, mosques traditionally serve as sanctuaries for the faithful. Despite the destruction of more than 520 mosques in Gaza, Palestinians remain unwavering in their dedication. Muhammad, who tragically lost family members and his home to the conflict.
That number is just so frustrating. 520. Like, I feel like way before 520, it becomes painfully obvious that they're just destroying all historical, like, everything in Gaza. And it should have been clear to every single person that had power months ago that that's what was happening, but people kept making excuses for Israel or giving them bombs. And this is what we have now.
Emphasizes their resilience even amidst adversity.
Today, as we usher in the holy month of Ramadan, we do so amidst the wounds, tragedies and displacement inflicted by war. Yet, we persevere in prayer, even in the open, for the Israelis have destroyed our mosques. Nevertheless, we are resolute in observing Taraweeh prayers, reciting the Quran, and upholding all our religious rights, undeterred by adversity.
While hopes for a ceasefire before Ramadan were high, the holy month arrived before peace could be attained. Despite ongoing hardships, Palestinians expressed determination for Ramadan to endure, mirroring their own survival.
Despite the siege, hunger, and tragedies, we stand firm in our homeland, knowing that our reward from God is immense. No matter the hardships imposed upon us, we will remain steadfast in our land. We will beg.
And that's the thing. Son of a gun. What the? Unintentional foul, chat. Why? Yeah, that's what I just wanted to end that particular video. There's plenty more stuff we have to look at, but that's the thing, is these people aren't going anywhere. They don't want to leave. You know, they don't want to be ethnically cleansed from their historic land. They've already been disenfranchised over and over again, and they believe that God is here for them. And regardless of my opinion on God, like, that's what they believe. So the whole, we're going to get rid of all the Palestinians, which I've been hearing from a number of different Israeli officials type of rhetoric, is it's not only incredibly problematic, it's just not feasible. It's not going to happen. They just need to figure that shit out. Well, it looks like you guys agree with something I've said. I don't know what it was. You have 2 owls outside your window that you talk to? Like live owls? That's pretty sweet. Oh, Choking on Ashes is back. Good to see you. I guess you've been around, but you're just chatting more incognito than everybody, now that I look back. You're not back. You've been here the whole time. Ha ha ha. What is next on my doom list? Oh, we looked at this one yesterday. How is this still on my list right now? Alright, we're going to skip ahead one. Oh, wow. One less video of doom. How far am I in right now? 3 hours? Okay, okay. Making time. Kinda. Skipping ahead to this video. This next one is a BBC News video from 16 hours ago. UN uses new land route from Israel to reach North Gaza. I'd point out that the land's been there the whole time. They probably could have gone through at any point, but we're gonna watch this video. Hold on. Let me get us to where we need to be.
There's been a strong
Nope, not there. There we go.
A boat carrying 200 tons of aid is making its way to Gaza from Cyprus. Meanwhile, the UN says a new land route has been used to deliver urgently needed food to northern Gaza for the first time in 3 weeks. Now, this development comes as global pressure is growing for Israel to allow more access to Gaza, where famine is looming. Live now to Jerusalem, our correspondent Yolande Nell is there for us. Yolande, thanks so much for your time. What more do we know about this delivery of aid?
Well, the UN is saying that it was allowed with its convoy to take lorries along an Israeli military road that lies on the Israeli side of the Gaza border fence. And that way they went up adjacent to the Israeli village of Be'eri, which is next to the north of Gaza, then crossed over there and took their lorries directly into Gaza City. Now, the World Food Programme has said it shows that it is possible to deliver food, to deliver aid by land, that food supplies for about 23,000 people were delivered as a result of this. And this was the first convoy the UN have managed to get to the north of the Gaza Strip, which is where we're getting most of the reports of sort of mass starvation with people about...
I'm just going to point out, this is what we've needed the whole time. And it's crazy that finally the UN has made it in with aid by land at all. Granted, like she said, it's not enough for anything really, not for any long period of time, but it is at least a step in the right direction. No more, well, not no more, but at least some people aren't fooling themselves about this Cyprus route through the Mediterranean using ferries.
7, according to local health officials, having died from a lack of food and a lack of water in recent days. And really, this, as a lot of focus is still on the new maritime route, while there have been airdrops going on to the north of Gaza as well. But this was the first time in 3 weeks that aid went through this way by road.
And Yolande, stay with us because I want to provide our audiences with another update, and I'd love to get your take on this afterwards. Now, overnight, 3 Palestinians were reportedly killed by Israeli security forces. We received this UGC footage of a 13-year-old boy being shot while holding a firework.
It appears that aid's coming from Morocco. That flag, the green star and the red background, is Morocco.
Now, Yolande, what more do we know about that development?
Well, this footage comes from the Shufat refugee camp in occupied East Jerusalem, and the 13-year-old boy who was killed, Rami al-Halhouli, has been identified by local media. Really was the first person killed in East Jerusalem since the start of Ramadan by Israeli security forces. And of course, we have been saying for a few days now that tensions are running particularly high. This is a sensitive time. Now, what the Israeli police have said is that a single shot was fired by an officer towards a suspect who they say endangered the forces while firing aerial fireworks in their direction. That this boy was initially arrested and later died from his wounds.
Jesus
Now,
Christ! Of course,
this
at
has
least
inflamed
at least they
tensions
arrested him.
in Jerusalem.
You know, at least they arrested him, chat. You know, before he died. That, yeah, fucking hell. Because they took him away from his family before he died. You know, after killing him, essentially. Okay. I'm gonna pull it together. We're gonna get through this, chat. I swear to God. I swear to fucking God, we're gonna get through it. I'm being serious, chat. Oh God, there's another satellite going by the window. Great. All right, what's next? This video frustrates me a similar amount. This is 11 hours ago. CBC News, titled "Aid Ship with No Clear Route to Gaza, a drop in the bucket." Just kind of kicking a dead horse at this point, I feel like.
Let's talk more about methods of delivering aid to people who so desperately need it. Arwa Damon is with us once again, longtime journalist, longtime war correspondent, now working with relief in the region. And she's in Istanbul this morning. Arwa, so great to have you back. Thank you for joining our program again.
Thank you for having me.
I want to talk with what's happening on the seas as Open Arms, this Spanish ship, makes its way toward Gaza with...
I forget what this lady's name is, but she needs to take her tone down like a good 15%. She's still doing this reporter thing right now that's just it's too upbeat for what we're talking about.
Those 200 tons of aid, the first ship authorized to deliver aid to Gaza, according to Ursula von der Leyen, in some 20 years.
That was kind of it.
What do you think the impact of it will be?
I mean, as anyone who has been following this very closely will tell you, anything right now is at the very least something more than what Gazans already have. So in that sense, you know...
She makes a great point. Literally anything is more than nothing. It's crazy, it's revolutionary, but it's so true.
It will provide a measure of relief for some people. When we look at the scale of the need, however, it is still very much a drop in the bucket. And then, of course, there is the logistics that are going to have to be taken into play. You know, this...
Yeah, and like, just to be clear, I can't remember if she says it during this piece, but they need 600 trucks a day for an adequate amount of food and water and everything else, considering all of the infrastructure is basically blown up or bulldozed or destroyed in some other way.
Ship is somehow going to need to offload all of its containers, all of the pallets that it is carrying, and a coordinated distribution is going to have to happen throughout Gaza. And it's unclear at this stage exactly which entity is going to be undertaking all of that. We have also been hearing, you know, numerous reports and plans being floated, as you mentioned earlier, about this floating port that the Americans want to build to try to set up something of a more sustainable sea route. And then we have number of countries that are carrying out these airdrops, which are in and of themselves, you know, a good effort, but at the same time not really addressing the real problem. And what many will tell you is actually creating something of a distraction, because the much more sustainable, much more reliable route of aid delivery would be through land, would be through the various crossings that exist between Israel and Gaza. And what needs to really happen to alleviate this level of suffering is something that is referred to as flood the zone. And this needs to happen not just because the need is so big, but also to show the population that they don't need to panic when an aid truck arrives. They don't need to swarm the trucks. They don't need to fight for the food, because it is going to be coming in a sustainable manner. And quite frankly, when we look at this, it does seem to be a little bit absurd that the United States and all of these other countries that are in fact supporting Israel are unable to do something like get Israel to open a land border crossing, and are having to resort to airdrops and testing out sea routes.
So it's interesting, just pause on, I see that temporary pier won't even be built for 30 to 60 days. So where this situation will be in a month or two is very much a question. But on the point of getting more in through crossings, we did have, this is reports from the Israeli military, Arwa, into northern Gaza. How it worked, again, this is according to the Israeli military, is they checked in an aid truck at the Kerem Shalom crossing, and then they
A
gave it to the
single
World Food
truck.
Program.
A single truck. Just make sure we're getting all of these words clear and defined. A single truck made it there. So it's really just, like she said, a fucking drop in the bucket. And I think we've... do I keep going on this one? Where am I on my list right now? How am I timed? I've been trying not to make my streams just incredibly, unbearably long. Partially just so it's easier for me to download and split them up later. Fuck. No, let's just keep watching a little bit more of this. We're getting close, people.
Which distributed aid in the north. So they went through the 96th gate, which you will understand so much better than I do. There's right now Rafah and Kerem Shalom, which are the two crossings that have been opened. So this is a whole other gate, the 96th gate, and they got food into the north for the first time since February the 20th. A pilot project, but do you see that as being encouraging?
If this continues, I mean, yes, absolutely 100%.
Yeah,
because
clearly.
Once Israel starts permitting the use of these other border crossings, then assuming that the process is able to continue, aid organizations are going to be able to get assistance directly to the areas that actually need them. When the focus was only on the two crossings in the south, Rafah and Kerem Shalom, the logistics of getting them from the south to the north were completely and totally falling through because this whole process of deconfliction just wasn't working out. And that's why a lot of aid organizations have actually been begging, I mean, literally on their knees, begging the Israelis to open other crossing points.
We've been literally watching video after video of aid organizations begging, so she is fully on point with this one.
That would allow them to directly access those who are needed in the north. And this is where we are seeing and hearing repeated cases of, children dying from malnutrition, children dying from hunger. We know that the rates are increasing exponentially to the degree that no aid organization or professional has ever seen in their career, at least not in the last few decades. And so the situation is obviously extraordinarily dire, and we are seeing these, moves being made to try to alleviate some of this. But one needs to also remember that whomever is putting pressure on the Israelis to allow this to take place needs to continue with that pressure, because what we've seen in the past is a little bit of a trickle in from something to appease, some of Israel's allies, and then the whole process gets dialed back.
The process is continuing, we hear, as far as working toward a ceasefire. It's the U.S., Qatar, and Egypt still at the table. But yesterday, the Qatari prime minister was talking about how they're not near a deal, is what he said. There's no timeline. The situation is very complicated on the ground, and they can't agree on language. What are you hearing there, so much closer to the situation in terms of the likelihood, the chance at all, of a ceasefire being in the offing?
I mean, all parties are still discussing. All parties say that they're still trying, but there's a number of, key sticking points that both Hamas and Israel are not budging on. Hamas wants something of a more permanent ceasefire, or at least more of a guarantee that this would be long lasting. That's obviously a red line for Israel, because they view any sort of a permanent ceasefire as something of a win for Hamas, or that Hamas would somehow be able to regain the capability to carry out an attack like it did on October 7th.
That's exactly how it's being framed this whole time. And it's just an accurate portrayal of how the media has been trying to portray this situation, and it's couldn't be more on point or sad. Ceasefire now. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Okie dokie. What is your name? What is the airspeed velocity of a European swallow? Actually, I think he just said swallow, now that I think about it. Okay, what was I doing? Yes, next things here are gonna be more Gaza related stuff, but this this is a slightly frustrating video, which I'm gonna really hate trying to what's it called? Read for you, translate, because it's in not Israeli, it's in Hebrew. Oh, I really don't want to watch this. But it is very frustrating. This came out 11 hours ago. Middle East Eye reposted it. I believe it's on their social media, but there's no way I'm giving them views, so fuck off. An unladen swallow? Yes, exactly. Thank you. Thank you, BB. Very helpful. Wait, why aren't you working? Go web go. Go web go. No, that's why. Okay. Thank you. By the way, I forgot to actually give you full context of this. So this is a fucking music video of a rap song, an Israeli rap song called Shagar. And it calls for the erasure of Gaza. And I'm going to turn down the volume on this actually, so you aren't all blasted by this tragedy in your ears, but I will read it for you so you don't have to worry your little eyes over this situation. Okay, I've collected myself. Let's do this. We may have a movement. Under the shed. 2, 3, launch. You see how we changed the phase? We started speaking Arabic. It's a contemporary language, so nice to meet you. Say hello. This is the Air Force. They've come to charge the price. They're not knocking on rooftops anymore. Today there are warnings. We have nothing to wait for. Launch. The IDF is like tent plagues. Launch. The Gavati is the North Combat Engineers Corps. So let's go and occupy. Launch. Shooting rockets like rain, and in GNN there's the plague of the firstborn. There are just there's the army of God. He does this. I mean, this shit is so fucking genocidal and nonsense, crazy shit. Like, I am struggling to even get through this, and we're only 45 seconds in. But it continues. It's disgusting. For every flower vase, there's a bouquet that we hand out. There are no concessions. Who's crazy? The army unites when it's time to eliminate. There's no right. There is no left. Everyone launch from the sea, from the air. We've come to charge the price. Israel, not Palestine. We've come to charge the price. Tanks and shells. Infantry's going in all the way. We're not afraid. We're not afraid. We wanted to dance in nature. We were found as sheep led to slaughter, so we'll make sure that Gaza turns into a happy amusement park. We'll blow up your lie for free, and your house. There is no one truth, whether you like it or not. The people of Israel will live. We'll come in uniform, from kisses to guns until Gaza is raised. We've come to paralyze, so this is an army. Like, it is so disgusting. Like, this is like some of the most vile speech ever. I'll bet half of these people are in the IDF, if not all of them. That actually, now I think about it, I think everybody in Israel is in the IDF, aside from Orthodox Jews. So it's very likely that that's the case. I feel real gross having to have read even that portion of it. There's more, but I'm done. I'm done. I'm broken listening to that. What am I doing? What am I doing next? Wait. Yeah, we're gonna look at this even more depth because it's really pissing me off. I just want to drive this all the way home because this is a nonsense plan. So this is a CBC News report entitled "The U.S. Plan for a Gaza Aid Pier Explained," and I'm gonna be attempting to check. Yeah. Okay.
How do you build a floating pier capable of holding thousands of tons of supplies right next to an active war zone in just a few weeks? That's not some theoretical question. It's what the US and its partners are doing right now off the coast of Gaza. It's seen as the latest extreme workaround to get more food, water, and supplies into Gaza. After after weeks of failed attempts to get Israel to open its land borders to more aid.
The leadership of Israel, I say this: humanitarian assistance cannot be a secondary consideration or a bargaining chip. Protecting and saving innocent lives has to be a priority.
Or what? That's the thing that's missing from every single speech coming from American representatives like Biden. Or what? Some sort of consequence. That's what needs to be said.
The U.S. claims it could eventually deliver up to 2 million meals a day using this new pier. So how exactly will it work?
Oh shit, the volume really low. It is kind of quiet, but I have it jacked all the way up over here. I'm going to turn it up on the software as well. Hopefully that helps, but it's pretty quiet on my end too.
Actually have on those who need it. Okay, let's start with the why. If the U.S. wants to send aid by sea to Gaza, why does it need a floating pier to do it?
The situation has deteriorated for a couple of reasons, and we're at the point that we are because there is a bottleneck.
Historically, Gaza received international shipments from two main seaports. There's the Ashdod port in Israel, but after the attack on Israeli citizens in October, the country blocked its borders with Gaza for security reasons. And since then, virtually no aid has made its way from that port to the Palestinian people. There's also the El Arish port in Egypt. That port is getting international shipments, but all of them are subject to intense Israeli security checks to ensure they're free of weapons or anything else Hamas militants could use, leading to long lines of hundreds of trucks, often waiting weeks.
Thousands.
There used to be
the last report was over 2,000.
Into the Gaza Strip. Israel controlled 2 of them, and Egypt controls 1 of them.
I just want to point out that this is a CBC News, and they've been pretty bad on this whole conflict this whole time, essentially attempting... Wait, what just happened? Why is the volume all the way down now? The volume just went down when I switched. That's very strange. Sorry about that, chat. It should hopefully be better now, but it is quiet on my end too. I just moved it all the way up and somehow it went back down. I don't know what happened. But CBC has been pretty bad, to be perfectly honest, on all this conflict. And they've been laundering the US's and Israelis sort of talking points. So I guess watch out while we're watching this, just to be clear, because like, she already got something wrong, and I don't know if it was intentional, and I'm sure she was reading from a script, but it was wrong. There's thousands of trucks waiting.
Now only 1 out of the 3 is partially functioning. People are actually starving to death.
And the only seaport in Gaza itself is more like a fishing marina than a port. The rest of the Gaza coastline is basically just a flat, narrow beach with extremely shallow water, making it pretty much impossible to dock a cargo ship. The location of this new project hasn't yet been disclosed, but based on what we know so far, the U.S. plan is this: to build 2 temporary structures.
So, like, the thing that she's neglecting is that there's roads leading to Gaza all over the place through Israel. Trucks could be coming from Lebanon, trucks could be coming from Syria, trucks could be coming from Egypt, they could be coming from all sorts of places, and she's trying to be like, oh, the coastline's very difficult. Guess what? I don't care, because the ships are a stupid plan. Alright, we're just going to move on from this video, because it's bothering me. 2 minutes in, and I've had enough. That's true. Psychopaths are incapable of shame, humility, empathy, and they only feel the bad emotions, generally speaking. Where are we going? Back to Gaza. 5 killed in Israeli strikes on UN aid distribution center in Rafah, says UNRWA 7 hours ago. This is from Channel 4. Oh, so much doom. So little time.
Just look at the scale of destruction caused by Israel's assault. A brief lull in the fighting in Khan Yunis means a chance to try and retrieve whatever you can. Somehow, this car is still running. Fighting in this neighborhood has been raging for more than a week. Today, Israeli forces withdrew. For some residents, there's nothing left.
My building is on fire. This one. I still have installments to
That
pay on
appears
it.
to be a
We haven't
pile
even
of
paid
rubble,
for it yet.
not a building.
Israel says it's killed more than 100 Hamas fighters here and thousands of others across Gaza. But the majority of the more than 31...
Was that too dark, chat? Was that too dark? It might have been. But that is just how I'm feeling inside. Like, just super dark about everything. I'm struggling to maintain.
Victims of this war are women and children. Further south, at a UN warehouse in Rafah, bloodstains cover packets of nappies. 5 Palestinians were killed here by an Israeli strike, according to officials, including at least 1 UN employee.
We are an international institution. All of this is for the people. We work day and night to serve refugees. It is forbidden. Look, what is this? We take this to the elderly and children. What is this?
The head of the UN's Palestinian Refugee Agency said the Israeli military had been given the coordinates of this site just yesterday.
Weird. They were given the site coordinates and then bombed them. Or whatever. I'm sorry. You get what I'm saying. You know, what's the phrase? What's the fucking phrase? You fool me once, yeah, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times. It's probably still me 4 times. That's definitely got to be you, because I mean, why are you trying to fool me so much? It's unnecessary. 5 times? You're gonna try and fool me 5 times? Well, at this point I should have figured some stuff out, but I do still feel like the onus is on you. Wait, that's definitely not how the phrase goes. I think I got lost in there somewhere. Whoops, what did I just do? That's not what I meant to do. Why? Why have you forsaken me, YouTube? Son of a... Hold on.
Just look at this scale.
Stop. We're not rewatching everything here. Let's just go back to where we were. It's like right here-ish. No, right. God damn it. Right here. Okay.
Bloodshed in occupied East Jerusalem too. This was 12-year-old Rami last night. Shot and killed as he lets off a firework.
Oh, right.
His father stands over his body in shock. His mother rushes out from their nearby home in despair. Rami was
That is so difficult to watch. Just like the human suffering in that moment. So it's just, I'm sorry, chat.
By an Israeli border policeman from this tower. They say fireworks and Molotov cocktails had been thrown towards them earlier this week. But Rami's family say he was just playing around with friends, celebrating the start of Ramadan. The video that captured his death clearly shows he posed no threat.
نقول انهم يعني مسافه بعيده يعني انه هو ماسك مثلا زي ما بيقولوا مفرقعات هو مش عندهم عن محسون.
He was holding a firework, but they were far away from him. They could have used the loudspeakers to tell him to go away. They could have shot with tear gas, but not like this. It means they wanted to kill him.
Do you think there'll be...
Yep, pretty much. That is what it seems like to me. Okay, I think that's all we need to take away from that one. Hey, at least we're moving in the right direction right now. We're getting close. This stream is going to be long. It's going to be a long stream. I can already feel it. I'm going to go slightly longer than I wanted to, but no big deal. Hopefully everybody is here for the ride. God, do we watch this? Yeah, I guess we do. This next video is from Al Jazeera entitled Brother's Final Obligation, The Last Journey of Hassan. This came out 5 hours ago.
On a desolate coastal road in northern Gaza, Saeed...
Whoa. That's so much louder. Oh, Snixabea, good to see you back.
is next to the lifeless body of his brother, Hassan. He's in shock. Despite his mental state, Saeed's clear on his duty to get Hassan's body to the morgue at Al-Shifa Hospital. Several men come to help. On foot and surrounded by devastation and silence, they start out.
You see this though? I'm not going to watch this whole thing, but you can imagine. And we've seen videos where people doing absolutely nothing militarily, moving water, just walking down the street, no clear sign that they're anything but civilians, just getting shot. And these 4 men are risking their lives to walk somebody back to his final resting place and to his family. And it's just heartbreaking. God. And if you want to torture yourself, you can definitely go find this video on Al Jazeera entitled The Last Journey of Hassan. But you can kind of imagine what we'd be watching, I think, just from this one picture. Good God. Okay. What's next? Next one. This is from 7 hours ago, slightly before this one came out. This is strangely comforting in a way, but this is another Al Jazeera video entitled Aaron Bushnell Tribute. Palestinians name a street in Jericho, which is in the West Bank, I believe, after the U.S. Airmen. Okay. You appreciate all the late...
We're here on the newly named...
all the late nights and all the work I put in? Well, I appreciate all of you for going on this journey with me, helping spread this to other people that you know, and, you know, just generally being here in chat, kind of giving me... sometimes giving me breaks from the doom to laugh, sometimes giving me advice or telling me when I'm pulling a Streamlord and, you know, got the volume down or something stupid. And so, yeah, I appreciate each and every one of you. All right, let's watch this short video here.
Bushnell Street in Jericho. The town council made a unanimous decision to name this street after this man. But before his actions on February 25th, nobody living here, no Palestinians probably living across the occupied territories, even knew his name. An active-duty U.S. Air Force serviceman, just 25. He set himself on fire in front of the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. It was a protest of Israel's war on Gaza and his own government's role in it. Palestinians say it was a powerful expression of solidarity, and he connected with people here.
I felt that he was family, someone who's so close to us, who shares our deep pain. I cried when I saw it, and I cry every time I do. This is the ultimate sacrifice at a time where no one seems to see us. We feel so alone.
One street sign may not change anything, but here in one of the longest continuously inhabited cities in the world, the gateway to Palestine, Aaron Bushnell's name lives on.
Palestinians in Jericho owe this serviceman. Jericho is a tourist destination, and we wanted his street to link to the main one in our city, so people would know that Palestinians are strongly connected to those who share their love for freedom, independence, and rights. We have friends across the world who are ready to sacrifice in order to end the massacres.
The mayor of Jericho says he hopes to invite Aaron's family as official guests to see the town, to see that despite the fact that his death was so tragic, what he did has earned him a special place in the hearts and minds of the people here. Palestinians say that what Aaron did, hearing his final words, "Free Palestine," made them feel seen, and for that, he won't soon be forgotten.
Yeah, and if you notice that Aaron Bushnell command from Nightbot was, we had to try 10 different combinations of that until it worked because it was getting automatically censored. But I did not give up, so we have a command that works technically, but it is frustrating that we were censored just trying to honor a man in the most banal and unimportant sort of way with a command and a chat, and it was one of the more frustrating things I've had to deal with, feeling like, you know, like we couldn't even say his name. Anyway, moving forward, this next video is kind of the opposite of the last video. It's quite upsetting, but it came across my feed and we're gonna watch it. I don't know if everybody here saw this or not. I haven't seen anybody else cover it, but this is a piece from I-24 News English, which is an Israeli news organization. This is from 5 days ago. Columbia professor under investigation after slamming school's response to anti-Semitism. Brace yourselves.
Columbia University Business School Professor Shai David has had enough. He announced on Twitter that the Columbia University has opened an investigation into his advocacy for Jewish and Israeli students, faculty, and staff. And this investigation is a clear act of retaliation and an attempt to silence me. Shai joins us live now. Thank you for being here and good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for having me.
You're very brave, and we've all been following these
Oh,
stories.
he's so brave. He's the bravest.
Personal, seeing what's happened on these college campuses around the country. Even in October, when we first started hearing from some of the students who spoke up in these press conferences, has the anti-Semitism still continued even 5 months later?
You mean the solidarity with Palestinians and being against genocide? Yeah.
Don't be creepy. Campus?
Yeah, that's a great question. That's a question that I get all the time. And the answer is it's not only that it's continued, it's become worse. It's become worse and worse, right? So things that would have shocked us in the beginning of October, right? The rhetoric of from the river to the sea.
Oh no, not from the river to the sea. Oh God, I can't handle it. Oh, 2 words describing geography. Oh God. Oh, it's too much.
I don't want reality.
It's too much, folks. He can't handle it.
To states we want, all of 48, all of those things, globalized intifada, are now something that has become normalized, that people are just desensitized. And the things we're hearing now, for example, at Columbia's campus, are things like death to the Zionist state, calls to remove every former IDF soldier from campus, including myself and almost all of the Israeli professors, all of the Israeli doctors.
And I'm sure that's going to definitely happen. So he's not pro-clutching at all here, folks. This is a serious thing.
At the University Medical Center. So it's just getting really out of hand, and only because the administration has refused to take any action.
So also, but you've been very vocal and very brave again, you know, going on social media, you know, talking about the cowardice of the administration to not do anything about it. But now you've been getting death threats, and I mean, if you've been aside from what we're going to talk about in a second, is your own physical safety? Are you worried for yourself?
Yeah, so I'm not worried for myself.
Oh, thank God he's not worried for his physical safety. I was really concerned.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
safety. And I don't see myself as brave. I see myself as having to do something that just needs to be done. I've been put into a corner. Us, the Jewish community, has been put into a corner. And this time we're not going.
Israel has put the Jewish community into the corner, okay? It's not people protesting genocide or protesting for the rights of Palestinian people, you know, who are speaking up against the dehumanization of an entire ethnicity, right? Those aren't the anti-Semites you need to worry about. And it's the IDF and the Israeli government that have been cozying up to all the wrong people and who have been conflating their state with all of Jewishness, and it's fucking wrong, and people need to get that into their fucking heads.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Seriously.
To sit idly by while we see this anti-Semitic wave. At the same time, I try to minimize my times that I spend on main campus because I personally don't feel comfortable. I don't feel safe. I have been confronted by a student organizer, pro-Hamas student organizer, who started screaming at me. Whenever I show up on campus, it shows up in all their WhatsApp groups they organize. So personally, I try to minimize my time on the main campus, but I won't stop fighting this fight because it's the good fight. It's the right fight.
Well, and it is the right thing to do, but now you're under investigation. Like, for what?
That's a great question. You'll have to ask the university. You know, given the
I think it's a terrible question, and let's just move on from this interview. That's about all I wanted to see of this garbage. It's just it's just more of the same for the rest of it, but it did feel like something we should at least peek at, I guess you would say. Just because it was just so offensive. Once I watched it, like I started watching, I was like, oh, this is what this is. Good, great, fantastic. Gonna have to rage. Okay, now this last video, and if you are of drinking age adult, it's up to you, but this is a moment to get your shots out because I decided to end the stream with a Democracy Now video. Boom, full circle. This is entitled Revolutionary Love. Michelle Alexander on Gaza, Solidarity, MLK, and what gives her hope. This is from 12 hours ago. Amy Goodman has a conversation with Michelle Alexander. Let's enjoy this.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Civil rights advocate Michelle Alexander has a new piece in The Nation. Its headline, Only Revolutionary Love Can Save Us Now. Michelle Alexander begins, this moment feels different. Something new is in the air. Of course, everything is always changing, and permanence is the way of life. Philosophers, theologians, and poets have reminded us for centuries that the only constant is change. Michelle Alexander joins us now for more. The best-selling author of the book, The New Jim Crow, Mass Incarceration in the Age of Colorblindness. It's great to have you back with us, Michelle.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I'm always happy to be here.
It's great to see you. If you can talk about what gives you hope right now, even as you write about what's happening in Gaza, as you talk about what's happening with issues of police brutality and mass incarceration through the United States. Talk about movements and your references to Dr. King.
Well, what gives me hope right now is that despite everything, revolutionary love is bursting and blossoming in all kinds of places and spaces. Years of relentless and patient organizing and deep learning about each other's histories and struggles have led to a moment when Black activists are showing up at protests organized by Jewish students who are raising their voices in solidarity with Palestinians who are suffering occupation and annihilation in Gaza. And, you know, this is due to connections that have been made over the course of years between liberation struggles on the streets of Ferguson and those occurring in Palestine. And these small acts of revolutionary love are leading new movements are building movements that just might help us change everything. And, we see this in communities everywhere where people are connecting dots between climate change and racial and gender injustice. We see it in the movement to stop Cop City in Atlanta. We see it in movements for clean water and food. And we see that people are making connections between liberation struggles here at home and those occurring around the world, as well as connections between the violence of policing.
When I watched this video, I felt very, validated. Because I think I've been saying this for at least a couple different streams. I've kind of hinted at this sort of thinking where with the momentum from Palestine, if we can translate that sort of consciousness and level of organization to address the other sorts of real crises involving Western hegemony and domination essentially over the global South by different forms of occupation, I think it would really kind of help us move forward in the right direction. Just saying.
Incarceration and the violence of militarism and the relentless assault on Gaza. So
I like that. Space fams. Space fams indeed. I love my space fams.
People are turning towards really promising forms of movement building, incredible acts of courage in this moment, speaking unpopular truths. And that gives me hope, even in a time when there is so much reason for fear and anxiety that can be paralyzing.
Michelle, but you also raised in your article that all of this is happening right now in the midst of a presidential election here in the United States. And what do you see as the impact of the policy of the Biden administration in terms of, especially in terms of Gaza and the genocide there, and what the impact?
It's just my personal thing, but we need more leftists in space, even if it's, maybe a little bit imaginary.
Be on the result of our election.
Well, tens of thousands of people have been killed in Gaza in just a few months with our bombs, mass murder funded by our government, aided and abetted by our military, paid for in large part by our tax dollars. And while we have been told by our government that we are not witnessing genocide, I and millions of people around the world have watched, as videos have traveled around the globe. We've watched, as mothers have pulled body parts of their dead children out of rubble, as people have.
I know we certainly haven't been looking away from it. We've been watching and watching and watching every single day. There hasn't been a single day since I started this stream that we haven't looked at it. It's crazy. I mean, I started doing this in the middle of all this, and it has come up every single day. Even on days where I felt like I didn't even want to do it, I still found stuff that I felt like I had to.
Their limbs amputated, sawed off without anesthesia because the hospitals have been destroyed and there's no medicine, including pain medication, to be found. We've watched as people facing starvation have been shot at by Israeli soldiers as they approach vehicles carrying aid. And so, the Biden administration seems to be surprised that people who are not Palestinian care as deeply as we do. And I think if the Democratic Party and the Biden administration is serious about winning this next election, they must not only insist upon a ceasefire, but end the aid for the military support and the bombs, and must invest and ensure that the people who are starving and who are suffering there get the aid that they need to survive. We must end the occupation of Palestine and commit to the thriving of all of the people who have been subjected to relentless war and occupation for decades now.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like we've done historical dives multiple times. We've looked all the way back to the 1800s at footage of Palestine before Israel was even a thing, when it looked completely different. They had a train. They had, at one point they had an airport, not in the 1800s, but you get what I'm saying. You've been here. What am I talking about? Well, many of you have been here for all of that.
And so, yeah, I do think it's an important issue in this election year. And, as I point out in the piece, that there are many, many things that are weighing on the minds and the hearts of the American people right now. It is the mass killing in Gaza, more than 10,000 children, and the destruction of hospitals, schools, churches, mosques, universities, museums, and nearly all the basic infrastructure. It is the memories of the killings that occurred on October 7th, memories that many continue to carry along with deep grief and fear. But there's also...
I love the way she got out that thought in one breath, or maybe it was two breaths, but it was immaculate. She got so much information into two breaths worth of talking.
Fears of the threats to our democracy, to the very ideas of diversity and inclusion. And there's the threat of climate change. 2023 was the hottest year on record, and it seems we may have already passed a critical tipping point, and yet the 5 biggest oil companies last year raked in record profits, nearly $200 billion in profits, more than the economic output of most countries. And if all that wasn't enough, we keep learning more and more that AI just might destroy humanity. And I find that people often ask me as I speak about issues related to climate change and the war in Gaza and the threats related to the rise in technology, what does any of this have to do with mass incarceration or police violence, the issues and causes that have been most pressing and most important to me for much of my life? And what I always say is that these issues have everything to do with mass incarceration. These are existential crises that we face because we have persisted in treating.
And if I recall correctly, she doesn't quite make this point, so I'm going to make it. The thing is, they're interconnected, right? The ideology that connects them is the problem, and looking at one and not the other allows it to continue to pervade in a very toxic sort of way, almost in a necrotic sort of underneath sort of way. I don't know how to better explain it.
People and all of creation as exploitable and disposable, unworthy of our care and concern. We are lost in the delusion that we can solve problems or do justice or achieve peace and security simply by locking people up, throwing away the key, destroying their lives and families, getting rid of them, declaring wars on them, wars on drugs, wars on crime, wars on Gaza. And that's why I keep returning again and again to the speech that Martin Luther King, gave near the end of his life, the speech where he condemned the Vietnam War and was immediately canceled. That's what my Peace in the Nation is ultimately about.
Michelle, we want to end with and get your final comment on Dr. King's speech that he gave at New York's Riverside Church opposing the war in Vietnam a year to the day before he was assassinated. This is Dr. King speaking about why he opposed the war in Vietnam.
As I have walked among the desperate, rejected, and angry young men, I have told them that Molotov cocktails and rifles would not solve their problems. I have tried to offer them my deepest compassion while maintaining my conviction that social change comes most meaningfully through nonviolent action. But they ask, and rightly so, what about Vietnam? They ask if our own nation wasn't using massive doses of violence to solve its problems, to bring about the changes it wanted. Their questions hit home, and I knew that I could never again raise my voice against the violence of the oppressed in the ghettos without having first spoken clearly to the greatest purveyor of violence in the world today, my own government.
Dr. King, after which you point out in the piece, Michelle, that he was canceled from the major papers, the New York Times to the Washington Post, attacked.
Uh-oh. Cancel culture.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
For his opposition to war.
Yes, that's absolutely right. I mean, it's difficult to overstate the political risk that he was taking in that moment. Our nation had been at war with Vietnam for 2 years. 10,000 American troops had already been killed, and the war had enthusiastic bipartisan support within the political establishment. Anyone who dared to criticize the war were often labeled communists and subjected to vicious forms of retaliation and backlash. Many of his friends and his allies told him not to speak out against the war, saying he'd jeopardize the very fragile and brand new gains of the civil rights movement. And he said, you know, those people, those voices didn't understand the depth of his moral commitment, but they also had no real understanding of the nature of the world in which they lived. And he said basic morality, you know, demands that we speak for the weak, the voiceless, the victims of our own nation, especially the children, including those our nation calls enemy, for they are no less our brothers and sisters. He condemned the moral bankruptcy of a nation that doesn't hesitate to invest in bombs and warfare around the world, but can't ever seem to find the dollars to eradicate poverty at home. But for me, you know, what makes King's speech essential in this moment is that he was arguing in that speech that if we as a nation, you know, do not awaken from our collective delusions, we are doomed. You know, he said we must rapidly shift from a thing-oriented society.
And that sentiment is more relevant today than it was then, I feel like.
To a person-oriented society. You know, he said when machines and computers, profit motives and property rights are considered more important than people, you know, the giant triplets of racism, extreme materialism, and militarism will never be conquered. You know, if we fail to make this turn, if we fail to awaken, we are doomed. And he was right. Whether we're talking about climate change, AI, mass deportation, mass incarceration, the wars in Gaza, or the wars on drugs, he's right that if we don't turn away from the corrupting forces of capitalism, militarism, and racism and embrace a truly revolutionary love for all people and all creation, we are doomed. Towards the end of that speech at Riverside, you know, he said there is such a thing as being too late. You know, he said over the bleached bones and jumbled residue of numerous civilizations are written the pathetic words, too late. And yet his message wasn't a hopeless one. He was calling us to...
And that's one of the things about this stream that I feel like I'm attempting to do in the most, how do I even put it? Well, in my own way, if you will. You know? The most me way I can possibly do it. Anyway, let's just finish this off. It's almost done. It's been a fantastic interview.
Embrace a revolutionary movement, one that was grounded in an ethic of love. Just as bell hooks once said, as long as we refuse to embrace love in our struggles for liberation, we will not be able to create a culture of conversion where there's a mass turning away from, an ethic of domination. And that ultimately is what revolutionary love is all about, and why I believe it is the only thing that can save us now.
Michelle Alexander, thank you so much for joining us. Civil rights
Thank you.
advocate, author of the best-selling book, The New Jim Crow, Mass Incarceration in the Age of Colorblindness. We'll link to your piece in The Nation, headlined, Only Revolutionary Love Can Save Us Now.
She's so excited to be with Amy. She's like trying to jump in there. I totally understand. I feel like I would also do the same thing, but you can see it throws off Amy because she's got a very specific process. Oh boy. Gotta love her though. Gotta love Democracy Now! Gotta love all the space fams. Oh, what's left? Oh, do I even do this? Fuck it. We're gonna do it. I might get copyright struck for this. I have no idea. You would think it wouldn't be because it's an ad, but fuck if I know. I just wanted to watch this because I thought it was somehow on brand for the stream, and I kind of like. I've never played the full version of the game, but I've played the mobile version of it, and I think it would be funny to watch it together on stream. So this is the trailer. I can't even pull myself together here. Taking myself seriously. This is serious. Okay. This is from Prime Video. Fallout official trailer. In case you're concerned about a potential vault-based existence and you want to prepare yourself, maybe go watch that on Prime Video if you have a Amazon Prime subscription. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, hopefully we can prevent a vault-based existence by doing what we do here at the Galactic News Network. And in case you want to help in the struggle against a vault-based sort of lifestyle, do go check out my Patreon, where all sorts of galactic benefits await you. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure having all of you here at the stream. It takes a lot of effort to do this, and having you all here to support me is truly a blessing. Hope you've all managed to maintain your sanity while looking at all this doom. That's it for me, Streamlord. Till I see you next time. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation.
taking crazy pills!
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.